defense coordinator, Alex
Grinch, yeah.
And now he's with Lincoln Riley.
It was Ruffin McNeil back at Texas Tech who ended up being the head coach for a minute at
East Carolina.
East Carolina, that's right, not NC State. East Carolina.
And I bet that's where Lincoln Riley got his job as offensive
Potentially,
coordinator.
yeah. He and Ruffin McNeil were together. And Ruffin McNeil had them, as I remember it, Lance, they were like 40th in the nation in total defense. And everybody was like, look, that's all you really need with that air raid offense.
Rockstar cut number 5, Mike Leach, had many opportunities. It's a continuing theme of his over the years to have thoughts on weddings. And he repeated it again this year for Alyssa Lang on the SEC Network. This is one of his earlier rants about weddings when he was at Washington State.
The women lose their mind. Your fiance's going to lose her mind. Your mother-in-law is going to lose her mind. Your mom is going to lose her mind. Several of your sisters and female relatives are going to lose their mind, and they're going to barrage you with constant questions. What should we wear? And then, which of course my answer was, I don't care. And then, what color should the invitations be? I don't care. What should we have for dessert? I don't care. Should we seat this way or that way? I don't care. But see, I don't care is not satisfactory at all. And you're going to get caught in a catch-22, and I'm certain that you already have. And that catch-22 is, well, I want you to be a part of this too. So what color invitations? All right, the blue ones. Well, I kind of like the tan ones. Okay, the tan ones then. Oh, you're just saying that because you want this over with. You're not even thinking about it, which is of course true. What do you want for dessert? I was thinking of strawberry shortcake. Oh, okay. Yeah, strawberry shortcake would be good. Well, what about the blueberry pie? Well, I like the blueberry pie. We could have the blueberry pie. Well, I thought you said you wanted the strawberry shortcake. And it's just going to go back and forth, and they're going to play keep away from you until after you're married. There's no answer you can give that is going to be satisfactory or correct. And if you successfully please a few of them, the others will still be, oh, well, I just don't feel like he's that interested. Yeah, okay, so you need to work late. Go in the back room and read a lot of books. Take the groomsmen out so you make sure that they march in just right and they know exactly, these swell outfits that you picked out or whatever, however you're doing it. And in the end, you'll wish you eloped. You need to find excuses that they'll buy to be as far out of harm's way as you possibly can.
And 100% on weddings. By the way.
Yeah. Hey, look, and Rocky brought this up. Very intelligent. You can tell he's well read. One of the reasons I'm dumb is I never read, but I want to read his book, The Swing Your Sword.
Yeah, he wrote it with Bruce Feldman.
Have you guys ever read it?
I have not read it. I think Bruce sent us a copy.
Yeah.
And apparently, this has popped up several times in the Vulcan Tire Automotive chat room, that he's one win away from meeting the threshold to get into the College Football Hall of Fame. Mississippi State needs to give him some honorary wins next season. You can't do that, but is he one short?
I think the problem is he is under 60%, under a 600 winning percentage, which is what you have to qualify for the College Football Hall of Fame as a coach. And I think the thought is if he won one more game, that would get him over the 600. I'm not certain about that, but I am certain that he is just below the 600 threshold. So that is unfortunate. He would never be considered for the College Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
So some of the coaches they put in there, I think Mike Leach belongs for sure.
That's the passing of Mike Leach at the age of 61. It was fun to take some time today to remember the coach that really led Texas Tech and Washington State and now most recently Mississippi State to 19 bowl games in 21 years. All right, that is our time today. Hal Mummy right now on ESPN remembering his friend Mike Leach. Good to see Hal Mummy today. We're back with you tomorrow at 9 Central Time. Don't forget Bud Light game nights at Char Bar. If you've never eaten at Char Bar, wonderful place to have a Bud Light and a great meal. Char Bar Thursday night, Bud Light game night with the Next Round crew. Will be there in Mountain Brook. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show now on a Wednesday as we get ready to talk more basketball. Alabama with a nice win last night over Memphis. Gonzaga in town now coming up. We'll get to that momentarily. A lot of football to get to today on the show, including Todd Fuhrman in the final hour joining us from out in Las Vegas. Start off with a little football news, though. We'll talk a little Hugh Freeze in Auburn right here off the bat. They finally got a big flip yesterday. As we get to National Signing Day, which is 1 week from today, the big signing day period coming up on December 21st. And Connor Lew, who was going to Miami, flips over to Auburn, a 4-star interior offensive lineman, composite 4-star. Some have him as a 3, some have him as a 4-star. But 24/7 puts him at a 4-star interior lineman. I don't want to talk specifically about Connor Lew, but for Hugh Freeze in general, we've seen his coaching staff being hired, getting a flip now from Miami, who's got a really good NIL program down in South Florida there. A little momentum heading into next week for the new Auburn coaching staff.
Yeah, look, I think Hugh Freeze is one of those underrated recruiters. I think we forget how good he was when he was in Oxford. Now,
I think he finished 5th in the country that
now
one.
The
right?
NCAA doesn't forget how good he was.
They were, hey, but most of that's legal now.
But you subtly brought up the collective that Miami has built, and it's one of the best collectives we hear in all of college football. If you can get a guy to flip out of Miami, that means Auburn's collective is coming on strong.
One would have to think.
So that's good news.
Yeah, if you want to put some puzzle pieces together, yeah, you would say that would be an indication that Auburn's collective is doing its work.
Yeah, I can't wait to talk to Tom Luginbill coming up at the start of hour number 2 a little bit later on. But I felt like when we were discussing the coordinator hires and the coaching staff that Hugh Freeze put together the other day that the mood on the desk wasn't that there was an overwhelming set of hires, right?
Well, I mean, if you just go by wow value, they weren't. I mean, Philip Montgomery's not a wow.
I mean, 2 guys that have been fired within the last couple of months.
I mean, they're not wow value hires. That doesn't mean wow value hires fail and non-wow value hires succeed. So, I mean, it's not an indication of success, but I think anybody reasonably would look at that and say, yeah, I wasn't blown away by the name value of the hires.
Now, see, I don't know how good they are. I can't wait to ask Luginbill about that. Connor O'Gara, our buddy at Saturday Down South, writes what an elite staff he has put together down at Auburn. So there's some differing opinions of C, B+, A of this coaching staff. So remind us, one of us, to ask Luginbill what he thinks of Philip Montgomery and the other coordinator hire down at Auburn and how this staff looks. But you got to get Jimmy's and Joe's first, and that happens over the next week or so with the portal and in recruiting.
Well, the portal's the big thing, though, because this is a 3-star lineman we're talking about here, or 4-star, wherever you look. There are a lot of Auburn fans that are excited about the fact that Grayson McCall appears to be interested in Auburn, and they should be excited about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a game changer. It really is. I mean, obviously, when you get what is a borderline elite college quarterback, and again, we haven't seen him outside of the Sun Belt, so time will tell. But again, he's going to be surrounded by better athletes. This could be a game changer for the Auburn Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, now again, I thought their portal quarterback was going to start all year this year, and he never played a snap. But I can confidently say we've seen Grayson McCall be much better than what Zach Calzada was at Texas A&M.
Yeah, Grayson McCall in Hugh Freeze's system will put up some massive numbers.
I think it'd be a huge gift for Auburn if, in fact, if he is interested. He looks like he's going to visit, and Auburn goes that route. That is one of the bigger recruiting nuggets of the entire offseason.
Well, I'll tell you, if we're ranking quarterbacks right now, I mean, Grayson
in the
McCall,
SEC, like if he was at Auburn?
Yeah, I mean, he might be the best quarterback in the SEC right now. I know that sounds crazy.
Of returning quarterbacks in the
SEC?
SEC?
Has Hendon Hooker decided what he's doing?
I think Hendon Hooker's gone.
You think he's gone?
Yeah,
Well, if Hendon Hooker's gone, I don't know who else I'd put in front of him.
First, you have to get Will Levis out. He's gone. So now you've got room at the top.
I mean,
for SEC
Stetson
quarterbacks.
Bennett's gone.
You assume Bryce Young's gone.
Yeah.
I mean, if you assume all these guys are gone.
I mean, Jaden Daniels is good.
Jaden Daniels played much better at the end of the
He
year.
did.
Yeah.
KJ Jefferson.
KJ Jefferson. I still like Grayson McCall better than those guys. I really do.
Yeah.
And look, Paul in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room asked the question nobody knows the answer to. Can he produce against tougher competition? We don't know. Lance said it. I mean, Sunbelt football is good football.
I'll say this.
Here's the point I'll always make, though, Lance. Everybody's like, he's going up against Sunbelt defenses. They're not as good as SEC defenses. Well, he's also playing behind a Sunbelt offensive line and throwing to Sunbelt receivers who generally aren't as good as SEC offensive lines and receivers.
Yeah, that was my point when it came to Grace McCall. But I'm going to pull this because I think it was it last year's game or was it 2020 when they played BYU? Do you guys
that was
remember?
in the COVID year. Yeah, it was 2020 in the COVID year because that was a late scheduled game. I think they scheduled that
because they were both doing so well.
Well, they scheduled it during the season.
Yeah.
I don't even think that was like on the preseason. I think they came to some sort of agreement.
Right. With two great teams, and TV said, hey, they'll put this on television.
Yeah.
Let's get together and play a game.
And BYU's like, hey, we don't have a conference. We got to find games.
It was 2020, and against that BYU team. Oof.
So you're going to
yeah.
Lance
I was going to let you walk into that trap.
Well, do you remember?
I remember that.
I had him like at 205 yards passing.
But didn't they win?
50%.
No,
they
won
won
the
going
game.
away, right?
Well, no, they won 22-17.
Okay.
But Grayson McCall was 10 of 15, 85 yards.
Oh,
they had
nice.
68 on the ground.
He did?
Yeah.
How'd they win that game? BYU turned it over a lot?
One turnover.
That's a weird. I remember watching that game.
Yeah, I do too. And that was a good 9-1 BYU team. It was the only game they had lost up until that point.
Yeah.
So,
all right. Well, Lance walked into the trap.
I thought he played better in that game.
I'm not willing to just assume, though, that's the best. Were you suggesting that might be the best defense he's faced?
Yeah, well, I just remember that BYU team being really good.
Yeah,
they were number
good.
13 when they played them.
I don't want to sit here, though. I didn't come to this part of the show to devalue the Sun Belt. Sun Belt, you know how we feel on this show about Sun Belt football. That's good football.
It is.
I mean, he's not playing crap football. He's playing good football. That's SEC light. Sun Belt football is.
Well, you guys would give me that Troy is. I mean, you
Troy's
can make
a good football
You can
team.
make an argument the best Group 5 team out there.
Yeah,
right?
I would have no problem with that. They won the Sun Belt.
Against Troy, now they lost the game, but McCall was 29 of 41, 319, 3 touchdowns and 1 pick.
That was in the championship game, right?
Yeah.
Is that the one you're talking about? He was a game time decision too. He was playing that game.
Yeah, he's
hurt.
playing banged up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was in Tuscaloosa last night talking to some folks before the game. I want to see what Ty Simpson can do. I want to see what some of these other. I mean, Georgia's got a couple 5-star guys who've been waiting on Stetson Bennett to move on, and I want to see what else. It's not like the SEC's recruiting quarterbacks who are not 4- and 5-star quarterbacks. I mean, there's a good chance that the next guy who's coming up at some of these programs could be better than the guy who's coming in from Coastal Carolina. I don't know if this guy's going to be the best quarterback in the SEC. If he ends up in the SEC.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying based on what we've seen. I mean, look, you might have the next Bryce Young out there, sight unseen. But based on what we've seen, I feel pretty confident with the experience that I would say that Grayson McCall is that guy.
So
right
even
now.
after finding the BYU numbers, you're still going to stick Grayson McCall best quarterback in the SEC?
I mean, look, again, the most recent look we've gotten at Grayson McCall was against a top 25 Troy team, and he was really good.
Okay.
We will continue to talk football throughout the show. We'll see where Grayson McCall ends up in all the other news. A couple of former receivers hitting the trail. One of them at UCF. We'll talk about Christian Leary, the 4-star wide receiver here. He leaves Alabama. He's landing back in his hometown of UCF, joining Javon Baker, another former 4-star wide receiver from Alabama, in that receiving room for Gus Malzahn there. Little football to start the show. We'll jump into our basketball from last night and set the table for tonight. But remember, our friends at Backyard Adventure can still get you hooked up this holiday season. Still room right now to jump in with our friends at Backyard Adventure and have a new playset for your kids on Christmas Day. Yes, they can still get it out there for you with the help of Santa Claus on Christmas Day. All you have to do is go to backyardalabama.com. Backyardalabama.com. That's the website, and you'll get all the information there on that setup. If you don't like using websites and want to talk to a human, you can do that. 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386. Backyard Adventure Playgrounds. They've also got those alley-oop trampolines, which are so fun for the kids as they get a little older as well. Alley-oop trampolines. You can have those by Christmas Day as well. Goal setter basketball goals and a lot more. They got all of that with our friends at backyardalabama.com. And still time to get on the list with Santa to have it set up in time for Christmas Day coming up in just a few days. What are we, about 10, 11 days away from Christmas now? They can still hook you up. BackyardAlabama.com, but those slots will fill fast, so act today, BackyardAlabama.com. 100% cedar on those play sets, lifetime warranties. They do landscaping and a lot more, whether you're watching or listening in Atlanta, Birmingham, Montgomery, Huntsville, Coleman, Clanton, it doesn't matter. Find a location near you. BackyardAlabama.com, BackyardAlabama.com. Last night, Alabama in what was a tough tweener game with a red-hot Memphis team in Coleman Coliseum, 91-88, game really not that close at the end, 91-88. And I'll start with just the perimeter defense for Alabama. They go out there, and Memphis is 0-11 from three-point land until they hit their only three-pointer of the night with 0.6 seconds left, significant to some if you'd bought the hook down. 0.6, they hit their only three to make it a three-point game, 91-88. Pretty impressive performance from Alabama, where I don't think they had their A game. I thought they played like their B- game, and Alabama gets the win.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, Memphis, although they score 88 points, which is pretty amazing. I mean, when you miss 16 of 17 during a stretch in the first half, when you are 1 of 12 behind the arc, by the way, that didn't come into play. That number went off at 7.5.
Yeah.
But Bama it was just hovering between 7 and 9 for that final 2 minutes. And they just couldn't close the deal.
Yeah, you couldn't, but you got to give. Well, first of all, and Fran Fraschilla will be with us later this hour to discuss this because he was on the game last night. Penny Hardaway's a good basketball coach. Like, I didn't know how this was going to work out. That team they're sound, and they do some really, really good things. Now, you know they're talented. The guy can recruit. But and Fraschilla kept talking about how well coached they are. And, Lance, that's the reason Alabama couldn't get that home. They played their tail off at the end. Memphis did not pack it in.
I agree.
They didn't just accept the loss. They did some really good things at the end there.
Yeah, and look, and Kendrick Davis is one of those guys that can just score. I mean,
injured his ankle, wasn't there for the last 80 seconds or so.
But you saw him against Auburn with the 27 and last night with 30.
Yeah. Helped out by the fact that Burnett was not out there after he did our interview. We recorded it 2 days ago, played it yesterday on game day, and that word comes out about 15 minutes before the tip time that he's having surgery, and he's going to be out 6 to 8 weeks, indefinitely, but the buzz inside the arena was 6 weeks on the front end after that surgery, which would put him back about mid-February. His plan is to return this year.
That's a tough loss. Now, we've seen Herb Jones basically play with one hand, so I don't know if he can get some Herb Jones vibes and be back maybe a little bit quicker. You don't want to rush it back, obviously. You want it to heal. That's a tough loss for Alabama because you saw against Sasser how good a perimeter defender he is. You talked about Alabama's perimeter defense, which was really good. They didn't make any threes, but you did that without Namari Burnett. The flip side of that is, defensively, you also gave up 80-some-odd points. 88 points?
88 points last night, which is uncharacteristic of a Nate Oats Alabama defense. The question I kept getting from the moment I walked into Coleman was, Burnett was just on your show.
That is correct.
When did the injury happen? Brown, when do you think the injury happened?
Well, I mean, from what I've read, they think it happened in the Houston game, right?
You know what's strange about that is we have him on after the Houston game. He was in great spirits.
No doubt.
We talked about the injury that he overcame last year. That caught me by surprise.
No, I think it caught everybody by surprise. When Alabama announced it, you could tell by the people that cover the team on a day-to-day basis. They were surprised by it.
Yeah, I bring him up because he would have been on Kendrick Davis last night, and that would have, I think, altered his 30 points. But a good effort last night from Alabama as they come off beating number 1 Houston and handle Memphis. Nate Oats with Gonzaga now on the horizon, talking about what his team has accomplished so far this year.
Memphis is a good team. And Gonzaga's a good team. We didn't put too many cupcakes on this schedule for a reason, and our guys are answering the bell. So, with the schedule we've had to be 9-1 right now, it says a lot about the group of kids we've got because the only loss we have is to UConn. And I looked on KenPom this morning. UConn was number 1 in the country on with the analytics. So they're a really good team. That's our only loss. So our guys have answered the challenge. Tonight was not one of our better nights, but we were good enough to beat a really good Memphis team when we weren't playing at our best. So, yeah. I mean, you're right. I think we're getting everybody's best shot. We're at least going to get a great effort out of all of our opponents to try to beat us.
And see, I think there's something to be said about that, guys. That was not their best effort, and helped out by the fact they were at home and not at Memphis. But we discussed on the show yesterday that it was a tweener game between number one in the country on national TV and Gonzaga on CBS national TV this weekend. You had this game on national TV with a Memphis team that was red hot. That was a perfect letdown game. You can't, as Brown pointed out the other day, you can't call it a trap game because Memphis is too good. But by its place in the schedule, that was one you could circle and say, oh, I could see them after beating Houston lose that basketball game.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we did talk about that. And you think about, 4 new starters when you look at the lineup last night from last season. So this group is still coming together. And look, they're still making mistakes. I mean, they've missed 23 free throws over the last 2 games. You can't do that. I mean, you're just leaving points out there. They turned it over 19 times last night. And again, you still find a way to score 91 points and beat a really good Memphis team.
Yeah, their defensive efficiency on Ken Palm, as we mentioned yesterday, was 20. It's down to 21 after last night. I just looked. So let me back up the negative of you gave up 88 with a positive. You scored 91 points on a top, according to Ken Palm, a top 20 defensive team. I mean, that's really, really good. 91 points against the top 20 defensive team is going to get you. It's going to beat a lot of teams right there if you can play that way against good defense.
That's right. And you had a great performance from Brandon Miller, who had 21 of his 24 in the second half. He was having another one of those slow starts, and then all of a sudden he starts hitting big buckets down the stretch. One other thing that Alabama did last night was they won that basketball game without one of their top assistants on the bench. Brian Hodgson was out. He was sick last night. Said it was his first college basketball game that he'd ever missed. First game he'd ever missed.
Wow.
Under the weather last night, could not be there. Undisclosed illness, but
it's got to be pretty bad if it's the first one he missed.
I think you guys know what it is that will keep you from being with the rest of the team. I won't say it, but we all know it has a number, right?
Yeah.
So
probably not that. He probably would have battled through and probably would have been there.
Probably wasn't feeling – he probably would have sucked it up and been out there. So with Gonzaga on the horizon, you don't want to spread a virus to anyone else. So he misses the game last night. Hopefully he's back from Gonzaga on Saturday. But there's a big part of your bench there for whatever he does, and you win that game last night as well. So a good win for Alabama. They now get Gonzaga 12 noon at the CM Newton Classic at the Legacy Arena coming up this Saturday on national TV on CBS.
Yeah, I would assume that crowd would be better if it was later than noon, but I still think it's going to be a really good crowd. It's a hard sellout, right?
Hard sellout.
Yep.
You can get our tickets through our friends at ATIX if you're still looking to get into the arena there. Hard sellout, and it'll be interesting to see if it's full. I mean, it's 12 noon, so yes, it is an early start, but it's not 8 o'clock in Tuscaloosa, which I think impacts the crowd a lot too. Your Birmingham folks going over, so Birmingham folks getting up and being there at noon may not be as juiced as a night game, but I think it'll be full to the rafters.
Well, I was going to ask you, so watching, I don't know what you thought, Brown, the atmosphere did not seem good last night.
I was there. It was not.
It just didn't seem it.
Yeah. I mean, it was probably about 12-5 is what I would guess. I haven't looked at the official attendance. I would say there was a couple of thousand empty seats in the upper corners. Students were not in session. They're already home with finals. That impacts the crowd a little bit. But it was not a lot of buzz, a constant buzz in the arena like you would want for a Memphis home game.
Yeah, but I'll be honest. I've been to a lot of games at Coleman, and it's typically not a raucous crowd.
Yeah, more on that later on because I've missed a news item along the way of doing this on a daily basis that I was told last night that I'll ask you guys before we bring it up on the air if y'all have heard it or if it's not true. I want to know before I bring it up. But I was told something last night that floored me. And I was like, I've heard nothing about that.
Okay.
So
I can't wait to hear this.
A little bit later on in the show.
So if you never bring it up, people will know that we were like, yeah, Jim, that's
not true, Jim. That's not true. Slice, though, is absolutely true. Great pizza, the best in town, and you can get it right now. Great lunch. I go over there and get the wedge and 1 slice. You can get a wedge and 2 slices or a salad of your choice and a slice of pizza daily. But they got full pizzas, everything you want right at Slice.
Oh, absolutely. Love it. Local pizza, local ingredients created by our friends, the Bajalia brothers, the late Jeff, Jason, Chris, fantastic guys. Be the hero tonight. The Curbside Family Pack Special. It's only $75. You get the 12 fire-baked wings with your choice of ranch or blue cheese dressing, half pan of the salad, the Caesar, the house, the Redmont, the spinach, or the wedge, and any 2 pizzas. from that spicy Hawaiian, the Bajaya special, the soul pie. You're going to absolutely love it. Get into one of the 3 locations right now, the original in Lakeview, one right down the road here in Vestavia. There's one in Montevallo and one coming soon to Crestline. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
All right, so basketball tonight, UAB is at home. We had Andy Kennedy on the show yesterday. You can get that podcast wherever you get our podcasts, including Apple and Spotify there, also at nextroundlive.com. South Carolina, UAB, 6 o'clock. Last time UAB played an SEC team at Bartow, it was Auburn beating them back in 2016. So this is a rarity, at least lately, down at Bartow Arena, having an SEC team on campus. UAB 1-0 against the SEC this year, beating Georgia earlier this year. In Georgia State and Auburn bouncing back from their first loss, 7 o'clock tonight down there against Georgia State. That's a game where Georgia State won the conference tournament last year, went to the big dance. So they're a tournament team down at Neville Arena for that basketball game coming up. All right, a lot to get to on the show. When we come back, we'll pay a little bit more tribute to Mike Leach, who passed away. Talk a little bit more about that and some honors and what the school has decided about the Mississippi State Bowl game. We'll talk about that a little bit and a lot more of your college football as we set that table up next right here on the next round, being brought to you by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for a college experience for your son or daughter, look at Montevallo first, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu, a wonderful place academically and athletic. If your kids play sports right now in high school and they want to continue that in college, fully funded, fully scholarship sports, 21 of them at the University of Montevallo, NCAA Division II sports. Also great class sizes so they can succeed academically, beautiful campus life, and also great social life with sororities, fraternities, and a lot more on campus. Take that in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game and a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Don't forget Bud Light game night tomorrow night. Char Bar, wonderful place if you've never been. Char Bar tomorrow night, 5 to 7. It's our next to last one. So if you're in the Mountain Brook area or can make it from wherever you live to the Mountain Brook area, come on out and hang out with us. 5 to 7 Central Time tomorrow night for Bud Light game night. Love the folks over at Adams Beverages and our friends at Bud Light. We've had a blast every Thursday night. I did not know I would enjoy that as much as I have. It has been fun. Come hang out with us, and we'll do a specialty show and talk a little Thursday night football. A good one, too, San Francisco and Seattle coming up Thursday night, and it's the eve of the bowl game, so we'll have a lot to talk about at Bud Light game night coming up tomorrow night. Here's our Michelson look ahead before LT tells us. Fran Fraschilla, struggle with his name. Coach Fran. No, that's a different guy. Don't want to pull that rope.
Hold the rope.
Fran Fraschilla joins us in the next segment. He was on the broadcast with our buddy Tom Hart last night. He'll be in the next segment at 9:45. Tom Luginbill at the top of the hour, talking college football with us. And then at the final hour at 12 Central, we'll go to the desert, Todd Fuhrman, and talk about some of these bowl games coming up and the NFL for Week 15. That's our Michelson look ahead.
Hey, to find out if LASIK is right for you this holiday season, make one phone call, 969-8100. If you wear the contacts or the glasses, you're wasting money each and every year. Stop doing it. Stop procrastinating. Make the call today to Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, I got the procedure done over 2 decades ago. I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, conveniently located UAB Highlands. For more information, 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
We got asked by a viewer, were we drained after the show yesterday? And I've said this a couple of times, publicly and to friends. Those type shows are draining. When someone passes away and we're having to do that type show like Mike Leach yesterday, because we are a show that's built really on upbeat fun usually, and when you're having to work in any serious matter around what we do, it does change the mood of the show a little bit, just a different vibe in the room. But not that we didn't enjoy talking about Mike Leach. In fact, when the show was over with, I thought it was an entertaining, fun show to just remember some of the great moments with Mike Leach. And then as the day progressed, I started to see more things on social media. And no matter where you're watching or listening to us today, you may drive past this billboard that the folks at Lamar, who's one of the big billboard companies, have across the nation. This is a nationwide campaign honoring Mike Leach, sword swung, with his birth and death date there. Lamar is not based in Mississippi. It's out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, is their home headquarters. But obviously the billboard company that you see most around our area in the South. So that's pretty sweet deal that they honored him that way, coast to coast.
Yeah, I think it shows you the love and respect of Mike Leach. And literally everywhere I would turn something on, and even this morning when I first got in the car, they were still talking about Mike Leach.
Yeah.
I mean, this is one of those guys that we will literally be talking about until we're no longer around.
No, absolutely, because there won't be another one. I mean, it's not like somebody steps in and does the Mike Leach thing. That was a one of one. I mean, that's a one-off deal there. So, I mean, I think that is really cool by Lamar to do that. That's a nice tribute by them.
Yeah, and for the record, I yesterday was still worn out from the floor of Bama. I enjoyed talking about remembering Mike Leach. I hate the fact, still in shock that the guy is no longer with us, but I was just worn out.
It was
from
one
that.
tweet about the Mystery Fifth Hour. Said you and Dunaway looked exhausted.
Hey, I took it straight to Woodhouse after that, which I'll tell you a little bit about after that. So now I'm 100%.
Yeah, then Forrester will show us as Mississippi State fans and Mike Leach fans poured to Davis Wade Stadium yesterday, setting up the temporary memorial there outside the gates there. I think that's the south end zone near the tailgate area of just the stuff that was brought by, flowers and I think, Forrester, you're telling me candy and such. Mike Leach, a big candy fan.
Yeah, he talked about liking gummy bears, the Haribo gummy bears.
Yeah,
somebody had those.
And Smarties.
Yeah.
So a big tribute.
I hate Smarties.
Big tribute set there. Mississippi State had a decision to make yesterday, and their interim AD, Bracky Brett, was straightforward. The decision to play or not play the bowl game after the death of Mike Leach. And he said, listen, Mike Leach would have wanted us to play the game. The players want to play the game. They are 100% going to play in the ReliaQuest Bowl down in Tampa. That's the old Outback Bowl, January 2nd. So Mississippi State is all in on the bowl game. Now it becomes, how do you end up paying tribute to Mississippi State? And Brown, you brought this to Forrester's attention. It was in our timeline last night. Some uniform options that they may have.
So this is from, now I will say this is not an official school site, but it is Hell State Unis is the Twitter handle. They track Mississippi State uniforms. And this was a suggestion by them, maybe with some inside knowledge of what states should do for their uniform. For those that can't see it, it's basically the Jolly Roger Buccaneer flag in Mississippi State colors. And I think this would be a phenomenal tribute. So I reached out to someone that I think would know if this were even in the works last night. And he said, if it is not what you see there, it will be something very similar that they'll do.
Boy, that's the best looking Mississippi State uniform I've ever seen. I just keep it permanent because they can't figure the helmet out.
That is true. It's going to be weird why a Bulldog is represented by a Jolly Roger flag, but still.
But it would work since the game's being played in Tampa, too.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about that. And I don't know, the one thing I was told is the Jolly Roger, basically there's a trademark situation with it. And I think it's your Buccaneers, Dunaway, who I'm not suggesting or just being heartless, greedy, you-know-whats, but you get a trademark for a reason, you got to protect it. So that's a hurdle. But I am told by someone that knows that it may not be that, but the plan, unless something changes, the plan is to have something significant to honor Mike Leach. If they wore that uniform right there, though, if they could pull that one off, I'm with Lance. The best state uniform I've ever seen.
Ever.
And it would be a phenomenal tribute to Mike Leach.
Yeah, so
that'd be awesome.
That's the potential tribute uniform that, or something like that they will roll out on January 2nd in the bowl game as everyone continued to remember Mike Leach, including Lane Kiffin, cut number 5, Rockstar Lane Kiffin, who did several interviews yesterday and made a point to remind people that even though you're rivals, you're humans too. Lane Kiffin yesterday talking about the passing of Mike Leach. And Forrester, is this from a while back or is this from yesterday?
No, this is fresh. Ole Miss sent it out yesterday.
All right, this is from Lane Kiffin.
If you know our personalities, you could have guessed how it would be that we wouldn't, fall into this. Oh, now we're going to change and dislike each other. Like, I always remember my first SEC head coaches meeting and, someone's like, well, you can't ride in. Another head coach said, well, I can't ride in the elevator with you because if our fans ever see me get off with you, they'd be mad. And I was just like, okay, I don't understand that. So my point is, that's kind of how it's supposed to be down here, and we never had a conversation because that's just not our personalities and how we'd be. So, you don't always look forward to every coach meeting, before games, but I always did him, and he was just always amazing. And I always had to say, okay, I got to go now, coach, because he was going to keep talking forever. And it was always unique because every conversation I'd always say to myself, or I'd come back to a coach that, played for him or something and say, somehow he started over here and I have no idea how he got over here in the conversation. But that was just him.
And you want to know a lasting impact those two had by working together. You'll remember when the state of Mississippi was fighting to change their state flag to what it is now and will permanently be. Those two worked together to get that, selfishly it helps them in recruiting to change the state flag, but they worked together and then stood together side by side when it was signed into law in the state of Mississippi. So Lane Kiffin with some heartfelt thoughts yesterday as Mike Leach will be remembered for many, many days coming, including last night. There was a moment of silence inside Coleman Coliseum before the national anthem was sang, a moment of silence where 12,000 or so fans paid tribute to Mike Leach, and that happened all over the SEC last evening and likely will at games tonight as well, including down in Auburn, Alabama. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at the Pants Store as the holidays approach. Remember that the fan in your life, the fan in your house, the friend in your life that loves Alabama, Auburn, or UAB can get great holiday gifts, great Christmas gifts at 7 locations right now. Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and Auburn, and online at pantstore.com, pantstore.com. You can follow them on social media at the Pants Store. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Meg, Johnny O, and Gentile. Also great women's fashion as well. The Pants Store, 7 locations, perfect for the holidays, pantstore.com. Over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, a couple of people asking the question, Brown, you are a guy who doesn't like to get emotional and hire the interim coach, but there's Zach Arnett at Mississippi State who takes over on the interim basis right now to be the Mississippi head coach, Mississippi State head coach. Are you pro Zach Arnett ascending to the head coaching job?
I think this was – I firmly believe – we'll never know the answer to this. I don't know if anyone will ever say, but there were a lot of rumors out there, and people have hinted at this, that Mike Leach wasn't in good health. And I know obviously the man just passed away, so clearly there were some health issues, but not even the heart situation. There was a lot of talk about some health issues that Mike Leach was facing, and there were talk that he had to miss some events this year, that he had to be in the hospital, that nobody knew about, things like that. And there was a lot of speculation he was retiring after the bowl game, and that it had already been set up. He's retiring and Zach Arnett is taking over. So that plan may have already been in progress. Now let me just make my point on the interim. My situation as the interim is more like the Brent Key situation, where a guy takes over for a fired coach that had been filled, a failed head coach like Jeff Collins, and the interim turns it around, builds a little momentum, and you get emotional and hire him. All I'm saying is statistically that doesn't work. Dabo Swinney made it work. There might be one or two other examples.
Yeah, Bill Stewart was a great example with West Virginia.
It's a terrible failure.
I think historically you look at Dabo Swinney and everybody else.
Pretty much. Yeah, I mean, Dabo has made it work big time, but he's the outlier in this one. So all I'm saying is I'm just playing the odds. Generally, that doesn't work.
Yeah, Zach Arnett feels a lot different.
It does. And because it was a fairly successful situation.
Well, I mean, go back to the Egg Bowl. I mean, Zach Arnett was getting more camera time than Mike Leach was. Yeah. And I just think he's a big-time respected defensive coordinator that was going to get a head job sooner than later. And you heard Matt Wyatt, who's close to the program yesterday, saying, this is the guy. This is where it begins and ends for me.
Yeah, and there's a reason why Zach Arnett didn't bolt last year, and Goose makes a great point. Mississippi State, I think, is more in a Stoops to Riley situation now. One's a defensive mind and not an offensive mind, but if you flip it back around, Stoops was defensive and Riley was offensive. So you can make a transition to do that, but Zach Arnett, I felt like stayed at Mississippi State to one day be the head coach, whether it was going to be in 2023 or 2024. I do feel like he was being groomed for that to be his first head coaching job.
Yeah, I think this was in the works. So I don't think this is going to be your traditional interim emotional win at the bowl game if they happen to win it. and him getting the job. I think this was already in the works. So my thing has always been more about, the interim that takes over for a coach that was so bad he got fired. He maybe goes 500, and you're like, man, this guy changed the team. Let's hire him. All the players want to hire him. I've just always, you can't listen to the players in that situation.
But what you're saying, you had heard from people, like I think a lot of people had, that there was a chance that around January 2nd, you were going to hear that this could be Mike Leach's last game at Mississippi State.
Yeah,
and he was stepping down.
The plan was probably to go Arnett anyway. So
absolutely.
I think eventually you're just going to get to that point.
All right. We'll talk basketball with Fran Fraschilla up next. He'll join us. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag is the code next round, where you can, on a deposit of $500 or more, get a bonus of up to $200. You put that money in right away. You start playing it right away. You can cash out quick at MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag, code next round. All the NFL games, college bowl games coming up, college hoops. They've got weekly blackjack tournaments as well. You can experience sports in a whole new light. Make this season a winning one. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code next round to get that bonus when you sign up. MyBookie.ag, code next round. We talk hoops with Fran Fraschilla of ESPN next.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the only ones I trust to fix it, and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services does it right, and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at PantsStore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Hey, this Christmas, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatments, skincare, waxing, and nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift cards are a simple solution. Buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes. The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the next round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Basketball tonight, South Carolina and UAB at Bartow, Georgia State and Auburn down at Neville on the Auburn campus. But last night, Alabama, a 91-88 winner against Memphis with Gonzaga in town this weekend.
Fran Fraschilla was on the call with ESPN. He's joining us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Don't forget they are still clearing out the 22s to make room for the 23s. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online. JohnstonRVCenter.com. Your chance to save big. JohnstonRVCenter.com. Coach Fraschilla, welcome in. How are you today?
Outstanding. Great night last night at Coleman. Fun game. And just passing Birmingham Southern on my way to the airport. Life is good. And it was fun to be in Tuscaloosa for a couple days.
Yeah, absolutely. We gave you some good weather here in Birmingham, too, for you to come fly out. Yep. Should Alabama be more excited about scoring 91 against what is a really good Memphis defense, or more concerned giving up 88 when Alabama pictures them as a better defense than that?
I think both. I think this is another these games right now. Nate Oats, I think, has got to be of two minds this morning. Number one, he's got to be really pleased that early in the season with such a young team, and now it's gotten younger with the loss of Nabari Burnett for a while, and Bradley goes into the starting lineup, that these kids are handling adversity pretty well. And, when you look at the schedule they played so far and what's coming up with Gonzaga on Saturday, and then in a couple weeks starting SEC play against what seems to be a good Mississippi State team, I think there's a lot of optimism for sure. But then last night, give Memphis credit. They were tough. They were gritty. The kid Kendrick Davis, who I've watched since his freshman year at TCU, has just gotten so much better. I thought they did a great job on him, and they held him to 30. But at this time of year, I think Nate Oats still has a lot of things he can show his young team and say, look, we've got some wins in the bank already that are going to help us come March, but we have to keep them better.
As good as Brandon Miller is, and obviously the most talented guy on this Alabama team, to me, Mark Sears might be the most valuable guy down the stretch for Alabama. Go back to your coaching days. In today's world with this transfer portal, how important is it to go out and get a veteran guard?
Well, it really helps. I mean, we're in a new normal now. A lot of us used to scream about transfers and lament that it happened when it as much as it did. Now it's just ubiquitous. It's you're basically a junior college coach now in some ways, because you're coaching guys for 1 or 2 years because of the transfer portal. But it is the new normal, and you have to accept it. And for a kid like Mark Sears to grow up 2 hours north of Tuscaloosa, go to Ohio U, play well, and then come back home for 2 more years, it's great. Those of us who want to be the old guy and get off my lawn just can't do that. It's just the way we are right now in college athletics. And for a kid to come home to his home state and play for the Crimson Tide, I think has got to be really cool. Now, from a basketball standpoint, what it does is, with Quinerly coming back off ACL and probably still not at 100%. Although Javon looked like he had his quickness back last night, and you had Jaden Bradley. You got three different type of point guards on this roster now. And as I said last night, and as I often say about coaching point guards, nobody's going to get on a plane to Europe when they walk onto the plane and see only one pilot up there. It's very comforting to know that there's two or three pilots in the cockpit. And it's the same way with having point guards. Coach Oats has got three different types, and yet they all played on the court at the same time for a little bit last night.
I'll rephrase LT's question. He's impressed with Mark Sears. Noah Clowney, to me, is unbelievable at doing a lot of different things. Paul in our Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says, give Fran credit. He called Herb Jones as a future NBA star the first time his freshman year when you called the Oklahoma-Alabama game. So I'll put you on the spot again. What do you think of Noah Clowney?
Oh, I love him. I do. It's he's the kid. Let me put it in perspective. He's the kid at Tuscaloosa Central that throws 98, and he's going to sign a baseball scholarship with Alabama or Mississippi State. But then the Brewers take him in the first round with the 5th pick. He's not going to college. That's not happening. And with Noah, I do think he's probably going to be a one and done for this reason. And I don't think he's certainly going to go as high as Brandon, and he's not as polished right now. And again, if he decides to stay a second year, that's great because he seems like an unbelievable kid. But what NBA teams are seeing with this young man, and the fact that Nate's staff is fielding 1 million calls from teams right now, is a 6'10", 18-year-old. Think about that. He turns 19 next July after the NBA draft. And great motor, well coached in high school and now in college. They tell me he is the best one and two jump guy on the team. Very smart player, great with the scouting reports. And I thought last night he made a lot of hustle plays that wouldn't even show up, on the game charts. But if you guys know anything about Crimson Tide basketball, he probably got a lot of blue-collar points last night.
Fran Fraschilla is with us. He is on ESPN. You saw him on the game last night with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You mentioned during the game, and kind of a broad SEC question, you watched the entire Auburn-Memphis game as well. So I want to ask you about Auburn and how they fit into the SEC. If a lot of fans say they got the parts, they don't have the shooters. Is that kind of what you gather from Auburn? How do they fit into this whole picture?
Well, first of all, I got great respect for Bruce. He's a longtime friend. He's one of the best coaches in the country. If you give me a top 10, there's a good chance I'd have Bruce in that top 10. When I watched him on Saturday, and again, every time Memphis pulled out, I thought, well, here comes Auburn. That's kind of how they've been under Bruce. I thought what surprised me is they don't have the go-to guy this year. They have a lot of good players, obviously, Flanagan, Wendell Green, some of the other guys. I just didn't see that they had a go-to guy, and certainly shooting has been an early bugaboo for them. Listen, they're going to the tournament. They're likely to be a Sweet 16 type team, but I think it's a little bit different than a couple of the teams he's had recently with a lot more firepower. And I think that showed on Saturday. And I think they're a little more vulnerable this year than maybe they've been in the last couple of years. But it doesn't mean I don't think they're going to be really good because they've got a plethora of talented young guys, and I just think Bruce is a master of getting a team to get better as the year goes on.
Tennessee cost me our bracket challenge last year when they lost to Michigan in the NCAA tournament. And Fran, now they've got one first-place vote. They're sitting at number 6 in the polls. They've only got that one loss, kind of a weird loss to Colorado earlier this year. But when you look at this Tennessee team, they don't have any superstars. There's just a ton of balance.
Yeah, and I talked to Rick Barnes yesterday. He's my former boss at Providence College, and so I know that program well. I watched them destroy Gonzaga in that charity game. They're banged up right now. You haven't seen much Josiah Jordan-James yet. Vescovi did not practice last week, and then they threw him into the game against Maryland. I still really love this team. I think they probably they are the deepest team, I think, in the conference. And that probably includes a deep Alabama team. They've got guards. They can play small. They can play big. I know Rick told me yesterday that they want to experiment with James at some 4 in a small ball lineup, but yet they got 4 good young big guys. They're going to defend. I said last night on the air, and I truly believe this, I think the SEC has 4 teams at the top that are all capable of getting to a Final Four. Obviously, Tennessee, Alabama, Kentucky, and Arkansas, although Brazil's injury last week is a killer for Eric Musselman. But I like Tennessee. They do have scoring droughts sometimes. I do think, to your point about not having the go-to guy, that it's a problem, but it's less of a problem when you have so much depth and so many guys capable of putting the ball in the basket. Maybe not regularly, but certainly a Vescovi, a Tyrone Key, some of the guys inside that can score. So I still like Tennessee. I think they're going to be hard to beat when they get to the NCAA tournament just because of their defense.
Coach Fran Fraschilla on Twitter at that name, Fran Fraschilla. Go follow him there and see him on ESPN, primarily through the Big 12 now throughout the rest of the year. Coach, thank you so much for the time. Safe travels.
Always a pleasure. Thanks, guys.
All right, take care, Coach, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
As he rolls right there to the airport in downtown Birmingham to fly out after being in town, we're calling that game last night. Don't forget our friends at Way to Wellness want to keep you in shape for 2023. You can do that right now with one easy click on the website at planforme.com. Planforme.com. That'll take you to the Way to Wellness website. Way to Wellness. We've got an opportunity here for you to get no contract, no sign-up fees, and, of course, the opportunity to have a free consultation with Leslie and her board-certified team right there at Way to Wellness. Sign up today. Lower that blood pressure number, lower that cholesterol number, and lower that number on the scale with our friends at Way to Wellness. A journey to healthy living right there. A lot to get to coming up with Tom Luginbill. We'll do that and a lot more. Stay tuned right here on The Next Round.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
The beauty of the holiday is at the center of your table with the New York Butcher Shop. Their selection of USDA certified Angus prime rib roast, beef tenderloins, and fillets, as well as premium pork and lamb cuts, are the finest selections available in the market and are hand-cut just the way you want. With side dishes handmade by their professional chefs, your holiday meal is complete. Visit one of their 2 locations today in Cahaba Heights or off Highway 119 in Greystone. Place your order today. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We're about to talk college football with Tom Luginbill, part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Oats.
Rockstar is Wednesday, and that means?
What is trivia?
Oats team trivia every single Wednesday night. Make sure you come join us. We get started a little after 8 o'clock. Get there a little early. Enjoy some of that great food from Rodney Davis award-winning wings, delicious burgers, incredible sandwiches like that Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Come out tonight, watch some college hoops, and enjoy some team trivia. It's Oats Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, ESPN's Tom Luginbill is with us. He joins us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com, presented by ATIX, AAATix.com. All those hard-to-find basketball tickets like Bama Gonzaga Saturday at ATIX, 822-7382, or AAATix.com. What is up, Luke? How are you?
Good morning, guys. Hey, I've got to ask you a question. I don't understand why I haven't asked it so far to this point, but what's this mystery fifth hour, and how have I never been a part of it?
You're welcome to join. We generally don't do guests there. I'll give you a brief history. When we used to do a 4-hour radio show, we used to joke going off the air, hey, tune in for the extra hour, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Barack Obama, Tiger Woods, and Bill Clinton are going to be our guests. Or tune into the Mystery Fifth Hour. Prince Charles is going to do an entire hour-long sit-down with us. I mean, just goofing off. And people were like, hey, where did I hear that Tiger Woods interview? I'd like to hear that. So we just kind of made it a running joke, and then we decided at one point to do a non-sports podcast, absolutely no sports allowed. And what would we call it? And we're like, well, we always joke about the Mystery Fifth Hour. Let's just call it that. So it continues to live.
So it's basically movies, television shows, booze, pop culture, Floribama.
Yep.
Bad choices, good choices.
Anything but sports.
We were really shouting back at management who, for a brief period of time, we'd lost an hour. We were back to 3 hours. So really it was that extra hour, that mystery hour. We were sort of upset that we only had 3. So we were joking about that 4th hour.
Yeah, and look at it. We'll throw.
You barking at the bosses.
We had 2 topics yesterday, and we'll throw one at you. And the best movie trilogy of all time.
The best movie trilogy of all time.
I went Caddyshack.
There's only
been 2, so
I'm joking.
Actually, I don't even think you answered.
So I went Godfather, Brown Dogs Out 3, and I know 3 wasn't great, but 1 and 2 are outstanding. 2 of the top 10 films of all time, probably 2 of the top 5 films of all time, and 3 was decent enough for me to have that combination and put it over the top.
So clearly we can't have Star Wars here, and we can't have Indiana Jones.
Yeah, Indiana Jones got.
there's 4 Indiana Jones, and there's going to be the 5th.
That's 4, so you can't have that. Well,
That's
then
right.
it's easy. It's the Dark Knight trilogy. It's not even close.
I'd say that came up, yes.
What about Lord of the Rings?
No, stop it. I mean,
All right.
how long does it take a guy to slide down a mountain for 35 minutes? The little hobbit was rolling around down that mountain. You remember that one scene? It's like, all right, dude, get him to the bottom of the freaking mountain.
The little hobbit was rolling around.
This science fiction fantasy story is not believable.
I'm with
No.
you.
But I can't do Star Wars.
No, it's crazy. I mean, where we draw lines on things, because you obviously love Star Wars. I love Game of Thrones, but I can't stand the Lord of the Rings stuff.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not into the whole lore. It's just too long. It's too convoluted. And I got to be honest with you, it took me a while to get back into the Game of Thrones thing because the first time out, there was just so much going on. It was too much of a thought process. It was too much work, and I'm not that bright. So I was like, I've got other things to do. And then I finally went back to it, and I was glad I did because I loved it. But that's what I like about House of the Dragon is there's no confusion. Like, you know exactly who everybody is right away.
Okay, so random comment I made. We were talking about Grayson McCall. We know he's in the portal now.
Yeah.
And there's going to be so much attrition out of the SEC at the quarterback position. And I said, I believe if Grayson McCall, we'll use Auburn as an example. He decides to transfer to Auburn and play for Hugh Freeze. Can you make the argument the best quarterback, at least going into 2023, might be Grayson McCall in the SEC?
Yeah, potentially. Obviously, we're going to have Jaden Daniels in that conversation.
Will Rogers.
At LSU. If he wants to come, that's right. Will Rogers. But as far as like the total package of what the guy brings, I think it's more than fair. Now you talk about a steep learning curve of an uptick in talent. But I think, to be honest with you, I'll throw another guy out there. We might have said this last week. I think if you said the same thing about Spencer Sanders, it's a guy that's almost thrown for 10,000 yards that could come into the league. If he was in any type of spread version of the offense, he could be really, really good. So I think there's going to be some great quarterback options out there for programs in the SEC, not just Grayson McCall or Spencer Sanders.
4 to 5 stars or more 1 week from National Signing Day. If you flip over the next 7 days, is that great recruiting, or do I just assume now you got a better NIL deal?
Probably you got a better NIL deal, to be honest with you. Right, wrong, or indifferent. People can disagree with that. They can debate me on it. That's fine. But I know what these conversations are like now. I've had them with the coaches and what their conversations are. The initial conversation when a kid's 15 years old and the conversation now. Unfortunately, this is what it revolves around. And that's not any different than the transfer portal. It's the exact same thing is how the transfer portal is being used with the help of name, image, and likeness. I think the one thing as we lead up to signing day, guys, and not necessarily with the player that's got 30 committable offers, he's going to have a place to land. But if you're a lower end 4-star or a 3-star or a 2-star guy, and you've got some scholarship offers that are committable, don't screw around. I'm telling you, do not screw around because there are so fewer scholarships to go around right now. And the transfer portal is playing such an instrumental role in the decisions that these coaches are making with their roster that you don't want to be left without a chair when the music stops. And there's going to be a lot of guys that could find themselves in that position.
Tom Luginbill, the criminally underused Tom Luginbill. He's only got one bowl game, but it's a good one. Tom Luginbill with us on the Johnson. He may not want more. I don't know. JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's presented each week by ATIX, AAATIX.com, or 822-7382. Bama Gonzaga, Auburn, Georgia State tonight. Also, that bowl game that Luginbill is doing is the Sugar Bowl, Alabama, Kansas State. I don't know that you can gauge. That's a place you can get tickets, by the way, ATIX, if you want to go to that one. I don't know if you can gauge what to expect out of this Alabama team, Luginbill. We don't even know who you're going to see on the field for that game.
Well, we're going to have to figure out who the wideouts are going to be.
No doubt.
That's for sure to start off that conversation. Still don't know, in regards to Bryce Young and Will Anderson and maybe a handful of others, what the bowl outlook looks like for them. What we do know is that we will have a very hungry, blue-collar, chip on the shoulder, everybody on the roster suiting up to play a Kansas State football team in that game. And I think, and I'm sure Coach Saban, and we'll talk to him as we get closer to the game, but I'm sure, he's very concerned about the mental and emotional approach that his team takes when it comes to having an appreciation and a care for how privileged it is to play in a Sugar Bowl. I know it's not the college football playoff, but are you mature enough to focus, prepare, and perform to your standard, regardless of the opponent and regardless of the bowl invitation? And Alabama's had trouble with that in years past. And I thought the last time I had Alabama in a bowl game outside of the college football playoff, which was Michigan and Alabama in the Citrus Bowl, Alabama came to play. And, I think that that's the expectation this time around, because you're going to get a team in Kansas State that won't beat themselves, that don't make mistakes, likely not to turn the ball over heavily, and they'll play good in the kicking game. So Alabama will have their hands full. I think this is going to be a really, really fun matchup.
You mentioned Alabama and the unknown at wide receiver, and I think people were blown away, Luginbill, with the decade of elite wide receivers and how much the drop was this year. When you look at this roster, I know there might be talented guys, but it's just hard to believe on what we saw this year that you're going to have some elite guys step up next year.
Yeah, it's so much like Clemson at the wide receiver spot right now. It's almost like we become so conditioned and really spoiled at the level of play and the level of productivity, and not just from one guy, but two guys, three guys, sometimes four guys on the same roster at the same time. And then all of a sudden, you maybe don't have that same replacement guy, that same plug and play guy, and then the production drastically wanes, and it's a little bit more difficult to move the ball through the air. Your explosive plays are limited. You've got a guy like a running back in Jahmyr Gibbs. It kind of becomes the focal point of your passing game. We haven't seen that from an Alabama team, maybe ever. And so these young guys on this roster, those that chose to stay and not go into the transfer portal, they've got to grow up. They've got to get developed. They've got to emerge and become the go-to guy, become the playmaker, the guy that's going to make a difference. And we haven't quite identified that, or they haven't quite identified that. Will that potentially come in recruiting from the high school ranks? Will that potentially come in recruiting once again from the transfer portal? Is there a potential Jameson Williams out there? And I, if it's an upgrade, you bring him in. If it's not, you think twice about, going to the high school ranks. But certainly something that's been pretty glaring considering what we experienced over the last really 8 to 10 years at that position for Alabama.
Listen, initial reaction is not always the correct reaction, because you can be emotional. You could be your mood could be sort of flat that day. But we didn't seem overwhelmed with Hugh Freeze's hire at coordinator when we announced him on the show here. But from a guy who knows football, a national guy, what do you think of Philip Montgomery as an offensive coordinator? How do you see him fitting in with Hugh and calling plays and building that offense at Auburn?
Well, cut from the same cloth. And then obviously a distinct background under Art Briles, who has a high school background just like Hugh Freeze does, and that offense and what it morphed into, and the ability to have prove that you can have a power run game in a wide open spread offense that of course wants to throw the football, but at the core of the offense, it's run game. And so anybody who's been an offensive coordinator, has been a quarterback coach, a highly successful quarterback coach, he was RG3's quarterback coach, and then that person has been a head coach, there's a lot of experience and ideas and X's and O's in a variety of different approaches that only lend to a better product, in my opinion. The more experienced you are, the more experiences you've had with different levels of football, the group of five versus the power five, being a coordinator versus being a quarterback coach versus being a head coach and having to run your own program, especially at a place like Tulsa where you don't have a ton of available resources. It's a hard job. And so I kind of like it. Now, who's going to call the offense? I don't know. Is it going to be a combination of the two? Is it going to be Philip Montgomery? Is it going to be Hugh Freeze with the aid of Philip Montgomery's input? That remains to be seen. I just love the experience level in the building from an offensive perspective.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill, presented by ATIX, 822-7322. Your best Mike Leach story is what?
I don't have a ton of them. Obviously, I've had several of his games, and I've interviewed him several times. I think one of the things you always appreciate about him is he's never consumed about football, right? It was never about the pressure of winning. He had experiences outside of life. And so anybody who knows me knows that I'm a I'm a cowboy boot, belt buckle type of guy. And I had Washington State and USC in the Coliseum several years back. And, Coach Leach is always out there pretty early. He's got his little styrofoam cup, which everybody always wondered what was in the styrofoam cup. And then and I was walking out to just greet him and say hello. And he kind of looks at my waistline, and I happen to have a Schlitz belt buckle on. Immediately he goes, Schlitz? Oh, man, I haven't had a Schlitz in years. This quickly morphed into a 30-minute conversation where I was thoroughly enlightened and educated upon a variety of different bygone era beers, Olympia, Old Style, all of these types of, and he's giving me the history on all of them, right? And so just a wonderful conversation. Well, it just turns out that about 4 or 5 weeks later, I get them again, this time in Pullman. And of all the things coaches have going through their minds, I walk out onto the field in pregame warmup. He immediately looks at my waistline and he goes, PBR? Pat's Blue Ribbon? Where's the Schlitz buckle? Like he remembered it. And then he goes into a whole conversation about a whole nother line of beers. And we're, an hour and a half from kickoff. It's just, I don't know, man. Everybody's going to miss that. Everybody's going to miss those conversations that those of us were fortunate enough to have with him. And I think the one thing, too, that everybody needs to realize about him is how intelligent he was. When you're having a conversation with him, he's looking at you, but he's looking through you. And it wasn't because he was losing his train of thought or that he was not paying attention. He's 3 steps ahead of you, man. He was on to the next conversation, the next topic. Where could this go? I think it's also one of the reasons why he was such a good play caller.
Well, it was highly debated whether or not he was a good coach. I was always on the side. I felt like he was a good coach because I looked at the 3 jobs he had, Luginbill, and they were all average jobs from Lubbock to Pullman to Starkville. And, just put into words the accomplishment of winning 11 games in Lubbock and 11 games in Pullman.
I think there's an element to this that people gloss over, and that is he's the perfect coach for an outlier job, right? An outpost location. Nobody messes with him. He pretty much answered to himself, so he could be his quirky, authentic self without receiving a ton of criticism, even if things weren't going overly well. Not big power brokers and all of those sorts of things. And then he comes back into the SEC after being at Kentucky in an assistant's capacity. To sustain winning at the level he sustained it with that offense was something that Hal Mumme could never do at the Power 5 level. It was done at the lower tier levels, Iowa Wesleyan, Valdosta State. A lot of people don't realize that Mike Leach was an offensive line guy. He wasn't a quarterback guy. He wasn't a wide receiver guy. If there was a criticism of the air raid of this offense, and I think it's a fair one, is it's a difficult offense to win a championship with because of the inability to effectively and consistently run the game football all the time, or at least consistently to offset the passing game. When you play in Alabama or an LSU or an Ohio State or a Clemson or somebody, you generally get outmanned up front and you become one-dimensional. I think that's a fair criticism. But I will say this, since the height of the wishbone and the veer and the triple option of the 70s and 80s, no other offense has had an impact on today's offensive football more so than the air raid. And there's very few coaches that you can say that about.
All right, he is ESPN's Tom Luginbill. You can see him on Bama, Kansas State. Many of you will be watching that game. You'll get Luginbill there. We always appreciate the time, Lugs. Have a great week.
Absolutely, guys. Have a great week.
All right, buddy. You too, Luginbill, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com, presented by ATIX. JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, presented by ATIX. 822-7382, AAATIX.com.
Okay, a little bit more on old beers in just a second, but our friends at Simpio were the people that we went old school on. We called them up. We were starting this new venture, and we were like, listen, we don't understand any of the old school foundations we've got to build in the company. You tell us what we need to do.
Yeah, hey, look, Simpio is one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast, and what Dunaway's talking about is Simpio will take care of the BS in every single office. When a business joins Simpio, they're going to take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits, things we knew nothing about, still really don't. They handle everything. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices prizes only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year. No annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467, or online for more information, Simpio.com.
Bobby says an old style at Wrigley with a Chicago hot dog is amazing. Old style still served at Wrigley. At least it was when I was there a few years ago.
No, it is. They've branched out. I mean, there was a time where you could only get Old Style or Budweiser.
Right.
And I remember, the first couple of times at Wrigley, in that summer heat, pounding out those Old Styles and just getting that daytime buzz. But I agree with Bobby, man. There was just something cool about having an Old Style and a hot dog at Wrigley.
Little maintenance behind you. There was just a body for a second. Looked like it was up there in the rafters, like he had his head in the rafters. They were doing a little work on a light or a buzz behind you there. Yeah. They've got it fixed now. I'm getting a thumbs up behind the glass. It was just a weird shot. It was like one of those lamps where it's just the women's leg.
Oh, the leg lamp. I love the leg lamp, yeah.
That's what it looks like. There we go. Maintenance done. Check. Double Down Media. Check. Fire alarm. Check. Old style. Schlitz. I've had a Schlitz.
My old man used to drink Schlitz back in the day. I remember the old pop top you'd pull off.
The bull would run through the wall when you did that.
There was a time you used to have to open them way back in the day. I never lived in that time where you had to open them with a can opener. But the pull tabs would cut the crap out of your foot if you stepped on those.
Your man, the best lyricist of all time, Jimmy Buffett.
Stepped on a pop top, man.
So that's what those were called. Were pop tops
blew out
there.
his flip-flop.
What other old bills? Olympia all the way. It's the water, says Britain.
So Leighton got me last year. It's really cool. I need to bring it up here and put it on the coffee table in the green room for people to see. But she gave me a book on the history of American beers and their packaging. And it's really cool. So it's this thick. It's got thousands of different beers.
There were Schlitz and Schlitz malt liquor, not the same, says Patrick.
My apologies. I thought it was all one thing. So Schlitz malt liquor wasn't beer at all?
Different kind of beer, darker.
Yes, Schlitz malt liquor was your bull, the blue bull with the silver can. Right. Schlitz had that red or the crimson, almost Mississippi State-like coloring.
And there are a ton of old beers. And they still make Schlitz, though, right?
I really don't know. I had the conversation last night about Natural Light and about Busch.
Yeah.
Which obviously they still got those.
Yeah. If you're near a beer store today and you run across a can of Schlitz or any other old style beer, take a picture and send us. Lowenbrau was big.
Lowenbrau.
Do you remember Mickey's?
It was big at Thompson for the underage drinker.
You remember the Mickey's Green Hornet? The Big Mouth?
I don't.
No, not at all.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of some other ones.
What was the
for
first
us, Milwaukee's best. We drank a lot the Beast.
The Beast.
Rockstar's got a 60. That's like an oil can.
Give me a half quart.
I think I'm running a little low.
You can't crush that on your head.
No, you cannot. Rockstar, do you still drink Schmitzke?
Yes, I love Schmitzke.
Yeah,
one of the best
beer.
pool parties I've ever been to.
Yeah,
that was one of the greatest skits in the history of SNL.
They opened that first beer.
I like how Chris Farley
goes.
Yeah.
All the guys show up and they both look at each other and go, "No way!"
Keep that conversation going in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. When we come back 1 week from National Signing Day, we'll update you on where everybody is in the 24/7 composite, get some reaction to that. And it's a big day for UCLA as well. We'll tell you what's happening out on the West Coast. The show being brought to you by our friends at Alabama Power, keeping you connected this holiday season.
Yes, they are, and they remind you, Jim Dunaway, some of the ways you like to pay online. Things like Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, and Venmo. They're easy, secure, and reliable, and you can use them with Alabama Power as well. All you need is an online account. AlabamaPower.com/myaccount gets you started today.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or AlfaRomeoUSAofBirmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0068. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The beauty of the holiday is at the center of your table with the New York Butcher Shop. Their selection of USDA certified Angus prime rib roast, beef tenderloins, and fillets, as well as premium pork and lamb cuts, are the finest selections available in the market and are hand-cut just the way you want. With side dishes handmade by their professional chefs, your holiday meal is complete. Visit one of their 2 locations today, in Cahaba Heights or off Highway 119 in Greystone. Place your order today. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
The buzz inside the arena at Coleman, what I was told by some fans last night, it was just taken aback because I had not heard it anywhere. I'll see if Brown and LT or any of you in the chat room have heard it or read it or talked about it or whatever after Brown tells us about the great folks at Wayne's.
866-WAYNES-1 is the number to call. That is 866-WAYNES-1. They keep the pest out of my house, keep the termites at bay, and keep my yard looking great. And yours can as well when you get on Envirolawn with Wayne's. Envirolawn helps make sure you get the proper nutrients and pre-emergence in the soil, all the great fertilizing you need. I don't know how to do all that crap. I don't want to think about it. Let Wayne's handle it. And they keep my yard looking spectacular. But if you want to look great in spring and summer, now's the time you need to to jump on board with Envirolon at Wayne's to make sure you get that head start with those pre-emergence and proper nutrients. 866-WAYNES-1 is the number. That is 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Use code TNR, and we'll pay for your first month. That's right. You're going to get 12 months of Envirolon for the price of 11 when you call 866-WAYNES-1.
It's time to do a little fact check here and what these guys know that maybe I don't know. Chime in, Rockstar, anybody behind the glass, if you heard or read something, and in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. But I'm sitting there at Coleman Coliseum there about 40 minutes before tip, walking around, talking to some fans. Saw some of our next round hats. One of our friend group, well equipped with some new next round hats last night at the game. Some other T-shirts. Daniel from Gadsden, who had driven over, watches the show. Hey, Daniel, I told him I'd give him a shout out today. But I was just commenting about, boy, I can't wait until we get into the new basketball arena, as Richie brings it up in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. I was like, it's going to be so good to have these big games with this great team and great coaching staff in that new arena when it opens one day. And two different conversations at two different sides of the arena, one up on the concourse and one down underneath as I was heading to the media seats where, well, haven't you heard because of inflation, the pricing has changed and that the talks of a new arena has slowed down a little bit. And I was floored. I was like, no, I have not heard that. Well, don't you do a show every day? How did you not hear this? Is this out there somewhere? I know there's inflation. I've seen that. But have we slowed the talk of a new basketball arena? Is that official? Is that on the record
I don't know
anywhere?
that it's official. I think if I remember correctly, now you're pushing me to remember this correctly, and I'm not going to remember where I saw it. He did some sort of podcast or something like this where
he being Greg Byrne?
Greg Byrne,
Okay.
where he discussed this, that maybe inflation is making them have second thoughts about the project. Maybe not doing it, but how they do it, when they do it, I don't know.
Yeah, because price points have changed, no doubt about that, because of inflation.
Yeah, but I mean, you think about Alabama athletics and what kind of money they're generating. And if you want to be serious about basketball, you got to do something with that Rat Arena. It's an awful place. It's an awful venue. It's been around since 1968. And I think it was 5 years ago in April when we were the honorary coaches for the 8A game, and we had a conversation with Greg Byrne. And, he continued to say, I think he used Georgia Tech and maybe Arizona's
That's right.
Facilities as you don't necessarily need to completely tear this down and build it back up. You can actually cosmetically put this thing back together where it looks really good.
Yeah, but you have to play at the BJCC for a year or two to do that.
Yeah, well,
That's
I mean,
the
I
problem.
was kind of rolling my eyes in the back, just thinking about how much money they are printing money in Tuscaloosa. What's going to happen here if you don't get a new Coliseum? You will lose Nate Oats.
Now, I have not seen this podcast, heard anything. By my reaction last night, I was totally floored because, I'm ready to move in. I went over to watch a game at Ole Miss last year because I was told it was going to more resemble that one in Auburn Arena than anything else. So I wanted to go to Ole Miss for a game last year just to see what the new arena was going to be like. I'm looking forward to those days, and damn inflation if it doesn't happen. But am I wrong? And again, you can look at my checking account and my savings. I am not an economist. But am I not correct that it is cheaper to build things now than it will be 5 years from now usually?
Well, you don't know that.
Yeah, but I mean, it seems like every time in history I see that, if we'd have gone ahead and passed this 7 years ago, we could have built this 7 years ago at this price, and now we're having to pay this price now. Or if we'd have built this, instead of building the Mercedes-Benz Stadium here, if we'd have built it then, it just seems like always in the future it's more expensive than to do it now.
Not always. I mean, inflation is literally what changes that. And if the cost of goods now is higher in proportion to the rest of the economy than it will be in 5 years, then no. So, again, now listen, you're asking me something, and I'm trying to talk from memory. I think Greg said that. I'm not 100% certain. But I brought this up the other day when we were talking about Nate Oats after the Houston win. I guess it was Monday. There has not been, to my knowledge, a shovel in the ground yet. And I personally, not to say it hasn't been announced, but I've not seen a date where they say, here's when the first shovel goes in the ground. So the very best case scenario right now is you're 2 years away from playing in a new arena.
Well, look, we know inflation's up. The economy's not great, but the economy in the SEC doesn't seem to be hurting. I mean, Lane Kiffin just got a new deal.
That's right.
Mark Stoops just got a new deal.
Yep.
Hugh Freeze
appreciative
just
of the
got
Board of
another-
Trustees.
Those are millions of dollars, not $100 million. You know, Scott's showing right now what that arena was going to look like, or is going to look like. I shouldn't talk about it in the past tense.
No, but I mean, how many? Okay, look, and I'm just throwing it out there. You guys
I
might not know.
I never liked that entrance right there. By the way, it looks like I'm going in a funeral home or a church. I hate that entrance.
Yeah, I think it's trying to blend in with the rest of the campus.
Yeah, well, it's bad luck.
How many current programs are working on new facilities? Not just in
Well,
the SEC.
Ole Miss was going to with their football stadium, but I think that too got shelved, if I am not mistaken, probably for some of the same reasons we're talking about.
Did they fix the leak in the roof, though?
I don't know. Lane Kiffin stayed, so I'm going to guess. Yes, he's got a brand new roof. Greg from Pell City was over there.
But Texas just opened what is going to be called the model of state-of-the-art basketball arenas.
The Mood?
Over there, yes. And that's, big donors make big donations, and that is you're asking these donors to do a lot right now.
Yeah,
with their NIL.
Well, because and that's what David said. He said the new arena, it's not immediate because of A, inflation, and B, that Nate would rather have NIL funded first.
Yeah.
And there may be some truth to that now, but I'll just say this, this is what people say about coaches that aren't football coaches at Alabama. Okay, so Alabama fans, when you get upset at me saying this, people elsewhere say this about football coaches, and they say, boy, at Alabama, it'd be done this way for football. There are places Nate Oats could go where they do both at the same time. You fund the NIL and you update facilities, right?
Right.
So
Texas would be one of those places.
It would be, and they may have a job opening soon.
Yeah, I had not heard it, and I would love to know if you guys have heard it in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, because I was floored at two different places last night when I was talking about getting into that new arena.
And Milkman says, so Oats is only going to stay if Alabama gets a new stadium. I'm not saying that. Lance said that. I wouldn't go that far. I do think, because some of it will depend on job. I mean, like if they don't build a new arena, he's not just going to be like, screw it, I'm out of here, I'll go find any job. It'd have to be a really, really good job to pull him away.
mean, let's use, again, as you said, the model is Texas. This Chris Beard thing, we were both reading this morning, it could take a year for this thing to play out. So I don't know what direction Texas goes. But if Texas had an opening that came to Nate Oats, you've got this new facility and you've got Coleman Coliseum.
Yeah, but NIL money helps. Not that Texas doesn't have NIL money. It can win a national championship there.
And maybe Nate Oats doesn't care. Maybe he likes Coleman.
Yeah, well, I know this. NIL money for basketball is doing pretty good because you just heard Fran say likely 2 first-round NBA draft picks on that team, newcomers on that team, and maybe some more NBA talent. And they're doing well in recruiting, by the way, for next year. So it's working recruiting-wise right now for Nate Oats. We'll wait and see if there's some official word somewhere down the road or more direction on where we're heading with the basketball buildings and stuff. And we've got friends who make donations, big donations, to Alabama basketball, and maybe we'll text one of those in the commercial break. But I was just floored last night when the fans in the stadium were telling me, no, haven't you heard? And I was like, no, I haven't heard. I haven't.
Yeah.
Tell me.
Do one of those, and I'll add something to this.
Okay, our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg from Pell City, will help you not only put a new roof over you, he'll repair the roof you have. And listen, if you're a veteran right now, or better yet, if you know a veteran, what better way to roll in 2023 than helping out a veteran by letting them know that Greg has some special and some free things that he can do for them when it comes to their roof. Pipe jack boots, flashing gutters. He'll take a look at all those, and he gives everyone a free no-cost roof inspection if you call this number, 205-542-3531, 542-3531 for that free no-cost roof inspection. You can look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Insurance companies love him. They trust him. That's how you become A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. He has all the warranties that are the best in the business there to keep you covered, and he's A-plus rated, as I said, and a locally owned company for over 20 years. He and his wife own it, and you'll love them just like we do. 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing.
I was told this was I think last summer, not even this summer. I can't remember. I was told that it had gone as far, Dunaway, as they had either secured a commitment or felt really good about naming rights for the new arena. That's how far down the road the idea was. I'm not saying that they had signed contract ink on paper, but I think people, Greg Byrne and people in that building felt really, really good that they actually had the naming rights for the arena. So the corporate naming rights, such and such arena.
I assume it wasn't Schlitz.
I can't confirm or deny that, Jim.
All right. Developing news. Remind me, after I give you the developing news here, Jeff Goodman, who covers college basketball, wonderful stuff on the Field of 68 podcast. Sean Miller has received no sanctions in the IARP ruling, the sources tell the stadium. What is the IARP ruling?
That's the arm of the NCAA. I can't remember what it stands for, but that's who does all the rulings now.
Didn't know this was still going.
Lance, it's not even done. LSU still hasn't gotten there.
So Sean Miller has received no sanctions at all?
That is correct.
At the time, he was the Arizona coach.
That also is correct. He is now at Xavier.
He was one of the guys that was caught on an audio bug, right?
I'm trying to remember. I mean, we know.
This has been 5 years ago, I think. I think this is year 5 of this investigation.
Well, this has been a segment where there's a lot of things that surprises me, and I don't know really the details. Brian says Miller will not be facing any sanctions in the upcoming IARP ruling on Arizona's men hoop. A source with knowledge of the decision is confirming now to Brian Hamilton of The Athletic. Arizona moved on from him.
Yep.
They basically dismissed him because of the impending sanctions and his problem with the NCAA.
Haven't missed a beat.
And he's a heck of a basketball coach, though.
Yeah. Tommy Louis doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, just, what was he, 33-4 last year, something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and off to a fairly good start again this year.
The IARP is the independent the Independent Accountability Resolution Process.
Yes.
It was formed in 2019 at the recommendation of Commission on College Basketball. And by the way, once it's finished with all of this, they will retire the IARP. This is the last thing they're doing, it appears, according to the Tucson, whatever their newspaper.
So they're shagging flies. They're probably not too worried about this.
Well, they've got 2 more. I mean, LSU, and there was one more. I can't remember the other one that still haven't gotten their ruling.
Is Bill Self involved still?
I think all the Kansas stuff's done, if I'm not mistaken.
I think they are.
Yeah.
Bill's going to miss a few games, and that's it.
Yeah, I think that was it. But this is, I think there are 2 more after this one, and LSU is one of those who's already fired Will Wade and moved on, obviously, but still doesn't have their ruling.
Hey, before you guys pack up the boxes, we got to get the ruling on Sean Miller here at the IARP.
I don't give him anything.
No sanctions at all. Pack the boxes up.
I've already packed up the sanction forms. Just let him go.
Yeah, interesting the way the NCAA handles things. All right, we'll get to Rockstar's viewing menu and to the football stuff I promised you in the next segment. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's. That silver box means a lot in 2022.
Yeah, especially this holiday season. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box. I was in Bromberg's last week. Saw a ton of those silver boxes. Great gift ideas for this holiday season. Family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's, they have established that great reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds, as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Don't forget, Bromberg's can also, they've got that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 locations, Mountainburg and the Summit. You can also view their online store today at brombergs.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR. Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Birmingham Racecourse Casino's 7 days of giveaways is going on now. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. We're giving away $125,000. That's right. Birmingham Racecourse Casino is giving away $125,000. Come play over 900 of the latest and greatest games, featuring exciting bonuses and huge jackpots. There's always more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Apparently, Dr. Bell is the one that got that conversation going. A couple of folks calling me at a Rotary Club meeting back earlier this month when he was talking about the price could be 30 to 40% higher to build the arena if you bid it out right now than it was when they originally came up with a plan for the 10,400-seat arena. So that's where the buzz inside the stadium came from, an earlier Rotary Club meeting in Tuscaloosa from President Bell, and that's where that conversation came from. So something to keep an eye on if you're a Alabama fan and wanting to see that new arena come sooner rather than later.
I'm really surprised. Well, let me say this. If Alabama basketball had a little more enthusiasm, say a decade or 15 years ago, they'd have a new arena instead of all that money they've dumped into Coleman. But at the time, I guess there just wasn't the money or the enthusiasm. If you could take this SEC TV contract and take it back 10 or so years, you'd have that.
Yeah, I would agree.
Because they spent a lot of money trying to polish the turd that is Coleman Coliseum.
I love to put you on the spot when it comes to math because you're so good at it. What is 40?
88 divided. Oh.
What is 40% more of $183 million?
Oh gosh.
Well, I mean, 50% more.
I mean, it would be 91.5 million would be 50%.
Yeah. So let's just go extreme.
So go 80 million.
So basically, we're talking a 183,000 seat arena is going to basically end up costing about $250 million.
Yeah, probably.
Oof. I mean, when you put it in those terms,
yeah. I still want it, though. It's not my
Well,
money.
everybody wants it.
Still not my money.
Listen, just finance it over 30 with an arm, and you'll be fine.
It'll all work out for you. So too with the Woodhouse Day Spa. I mean, if you got big things that are just adding pressure to you this holiday season, no better place to relax. See my friend Lance Taylor, who yesterday looked horrible. Today he looks refreshed.
Oh, that mystery fifth hour.
Hey,
you and Jim had no energy, and now you're refreshed.
You know, it's funny. Dunaway was talking about yesterday. He doesn't even put lotion on his face. Trust me, guys. If you've never treated yourself to something like this, you need to go down. I got the hydrofacial done yesterday.
Did you just go treat yourself?
Yeah, treat yourself.
Little park and rec.
What's a hydrofacial?
Hydrofacial is it's just more of a they use.
Okay, I'm sorry I asked. Go ahead with the copy. Yeah.
They do extractions, but they use hot towels.
Oh yeah,
getting
like
the pores open.
Just tell me, at any point, did you have a cucumber or any other vegetable over your eye?
I don't remember. I was so relaxed.
Yeah, I bet.
That's a yes. I'll take that as a yes.
You got the old shoulder rubs, too.
Oh, Lance.
But it was 45 minutes of just absolute relaxation. But that's just one of the many things that they do at the Woodhouse Day Spa. 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. Right when I got there, they offered me a mimosa.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. You want to get in a robe? You want a mimosa? This is literally, and I've been to a lot of spas.
Yes, the mimosa, no on the robe.
The nicest spa I have ever been to. I mean, Stuart and his great staff there. The Woodhouse Day Spa voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7. Go to birmingham.woodhousespas.com. And gift cards are a simple solution. You can buy them 24/7. All you got to do is go online right now to birmingham.woodhousespas.com or just stop in, go see the fine folks there. You're going to absolutely love it. And I want to shout out to Casey, their general manager. She listens to us the day after our like today's show. She'll listen tomorrow.
Okay.
So Casey will get her shout out when she's walking her dog the next morning.
Happy Thursday, Casey.
Yeah.
Yes. And everyone at Woodhouse Day Spa, just a wonderful place. Brown is in line to get his facial next week.
I'm out of town next week, Jim.
Then I will be. I guess mine will come in January or something. First time lotion will touch this beautiful mug of mine.
Yeah, I love Dunaway. I don't even put lotion. You were in Sephora more than Pam Huff to get makeup.
Pam Huff.
That's a compliment to Pam Huff. She didn't need makeup. Rockstar's View Menu every day brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. What Rockstar is watching, we'll tell you about New Life on the other side. Tell us, Rocky, what you're watching tonight.
Were you guys National Treasure fans with Nick Cage?
You know, it's not an awful movie. I think people make fun of it. I think the first one was good.
Yeah, it was actually, it's a fun little.
It's a good movie. And I'll say this.
Good family movie, a little hokey, but.
It's a good family movie because there's not a ton of bad language and stuff like that. So, yeah. That's a good flick.
Well, Disney Plus is releasing today National Treasure: Edge of History. It's a new series that has nothing to do with Nick Cage. Catherine Zeta-Jones is in it. I believe she's the bad guy, and Harvey Keitel is in it.
Okay.
I don't know. It's a lead woman whose dad died and left several clues about where a treasure is.
Ooh.
Starts tonight.
So this is new.
This is a new series on Disney Plus.
Boy, I mean, Harvey Keitel, I'm going to say he's 82.
He's a little aged on this one, on this trailer. And then on Hulu, Grails, When Sneakers Changed the Game, the complete limited series. People in their shoe obsession. I think, Lance, you're a shoe obsessor.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not as bad as a lot of people out there. So I was, doing some Christmas shopping for the boys, and these Nikes. I found this one pair. I was like, that's a cool combination. You guys have seen the Dunks that I wear. I've got a USC pair, a Rams pair.
By the way, I've seen you in 2 or 3 different times now in those shoes, each one of them, and some random person that says, "Hey, nice Dunks, man."
Yeah.
So they must be impressive.
And I didn't
shoes.
know what those were. I didn't know they were called Dunks.
See,
the first time somebody said it, I was like, what did they just say to me?
I love the Jordans, but getting high tops on, the older you get, is such a pain in the ass.
Oh, it is, yeah.
Yeah, so I only wear a couple of pairs of high tops, but I like the Dunks a lot. But anyway, I was looking, and I saw this one color combination, and it was a Halloween color combination.
Oh, black and orange?
Yeah, so it was black and orange, but it had the white background. I was like, these are really cool. So I went to the cart, and I looked up the size 13 at $2,300.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah.
Is that retail?
That's just what they're going for. I mean, people bid on these things now.
Oh, so it's not retail.
It's insane. There they are. Oh, you got a good price point.
Oh, it looks very Alexandria. I think those are old, Lance.
Yeah, $90. Those look used.
Yeah, I think those are used.
$205 beside those.
Dude,
look
you
used.
need the ones that light up.
That's right. You look like you're floating.
I was in StockX the other day looking. I'm telling you, they were $2,200.
Yeah. I do like the ones that light up. I'm Rockstar. I know you were joking. I think I like those better.
I don't.
It's just what this fit.
This is the night of mischief.
Yeah, I know.
Halloween colors aren't great.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan. Two Alexandria for me. I went to Saks.
Two San Francisco Giants for me.
Yeah. Two
But
black
I
and
like
orange
that.
for me.
Two black and orange.
All right. What else are you watching, Rockstar? Anything else?
That's it. That's the last one.
There's White Lotus. Second season was really good. I enjoyed that. LT and I finished it this week, last episode.
You didn't
I thought
really
it was-
like the finale, though, did
I
you?
thought the finale could have been a little bit better. It was my least favorite of all the episodes, but it was good.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
was good.
I thought it was good. I think it cleaned some things up. I'm fascinated to see what direction they go next.
Third season, it sounded like they were going to go somewhere in India or Pakistan or something like that.
I saw Jason Isbell on Twitter say Gatlinburg. They asked where should White Lotus go next, and Jason Isbell
Well, they have to go somewhere.
retweeted said Gatlinburg.
There is a 4 seasons, but I'll be fascinated. You know what? It's going to be somewhere tropical, more than likely.
Yeah.
But I wonder what. So the first season was really based on money. This season was all about sex.
Yeah,
and I just wonder what the theme's going to be.
They teased
Drugs are next.
They teased
Drugs were heavily involved in
death,
that.
Oh, really?
death and religion.
Okay.
Death and religion is what they teased.
Lunsford said it's got to be Asian in season 3, somewhere in the Asian realm.
Haley's onto something. I think Thailand would be awesome.
Well, I guess that's what I meant when they didn't say Pakistan or India. They said Eastern religion. So that's why I went Pakistan, India.
Okay.
So Thailand, I guess, would fall into that as well.
I want to go to Thailand. I just don't want to take the flight.
Yeah.
That's your problem right there.
It's a big problem.
That's going to be tough.
That's not going to get you.
Take a boat.
You're not going to get to a lot of places that way. So Thailand, good call, Haley. That'll be fun to watch when that comes up. And then as the final episode on my HBO stream, they were teasing a new mini series coming up in March off of Watergate. And when it first started, I was tuned out. But as they started doing this, Woody Harrelson's involved in a really good cast. It almost has a 70s filmmaking feel to it, but it almost seems like a dark comedy.
Yeah.
So White House Plumbers.
The White House Plumbers.
Yeah, I'm all in.
Yeah, it did look like it ended up being pretty good. So that's Rockstar's View Menu, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art LT.
Is that true? LT Gray said 33 hours from Atlanta to Bangkok.
Yikes.
Oh, my gosh.
Hard pass.
Hey, today is the last day to order framed items for guaranteed Christmas delivery from our friends at New Life Art Gallery. Monday, the 19th, the last day to order unframed items for guaranteed Christmas delivery. Again, you can check out more information at danielmooreart.com. And remember, you get a free Iron Bowl Gold Open Edition book with any $20 purchase. No code needed. The free gift will automatically appear in your shopping cart when $20 has been added. Great gift ideas. Go to danielmooreart.com.
Zach says, easy to wax poetic about spending money when it isn't you spending the money making the decisions. Great point, Zach. I said it's not my money. He says if you wait a few months, you may be able to bid that arena out at a different price if things flip around. We'll see. Ghost Energy right here, bringing you to the show those wonderful flavors. Tropical mango is a high on our list here. I love the citrus. The blue and red raspberries are fantastic too. Wherever you get your energy drinks, get juiced today with our friends at Ghost Zero Sugar.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
The real estate market is crazier than it has ever been. ERA King has 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35620 to get started. That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll jump into the headlines this hour. Hour always brought to you by Champy's. More on them in a little bit. Champy's world-famous fried chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester Lunsford all here today. There's Tyler, the intern, dressed like he's about to hit the slopes. Did you enjoy soccer yesterday, Tyler? Fun day. Messi looked fantastic.
It was a kind of a boring game, 3-0.
Who won it? Argentina.
3-0. You got
pulling for the Moroccans today.
Are they in
Morocco and
France?
So the winner of that plays Argentina.
Correct.
Yeah.
The final
over.
Crazy set. Who do you think wins it?
Argentina.
You don't think France beats them?
I think France got a shot. You know, it's funny. I was at our friends at Oak House last night, and David, who is from England, I was like, what do you think?
I love that guy.
What do you think about that Harry Kane kick? And he's like, he's always been overrated.
Yeah.
Hey, so
I agree as a Tottenham guy. Melts in the big moments.
Morocco in college football terms is who?
TCU.
So it's like TCU being in the Final Four. Yeah.
But who would have a school that would do this? By the way, already a huge group of Moroccans in the game, in the arena, right? They've been having great crowds.
Right.
Their soccer federation purchased 13,000 more tickets for today's game and gave them out for free to more Moroccan citizens who are now flying discount flights on Moroccan Airlines to Qatar to get there for today's game. So not only the huge group of fans they already had, they bought 13,000 more tickets, the soccer federation did, to hand them to the Moroccans. It's such a once-in-a-lifetime shot for that country to get to the finals. They're going to have a predominantly more Moroccan stadium today than the French will.
Wow,
it'll be
that is impressive.
It'll be a home crowd advantage for Morocco.
What are the Moroccan shakers? What are those?
The Moroccans. The Moroccans.
Yeah, will they bring those out?
I don't think those.
What's the hanger thing you put your coats on?
That's a hanger. Yeah, it's a hanger. I said.
One more fact, by the way, Morocco going up against the historical odds. By the way, if they win today, they become the first non-European, non-South American country to make it to the finals. It's been all European, all South American countries in the finals.
Yeah.
Ever. So nobody outside of Europe or South America has ever made the World Cup finals.
That's believable.
According to what I read today, if I comprehend it, we know where my reading comprehension was on the SATs and ACTs.
Right.
Very low. But if I read it correctly, no country not in Europe or South America has ever been in the finals.
Lance, you say it's believable. I would have guessed Mexico had played in a finals. Mexico has never been in a World Cup finals. Really?
No.
I'm surprised by that.
They're the Oklahoma.
Well, so the fans
they get to
really
the playoffs.
Care. Yeah.
They fall
but
flat.
I mean, it means a lot to Mexicans, right?
Oh yeah. It means a lot to the world.
I mean, go to any
not the whole world though.
Go to any Mexican dive, and they've always got soccer.
That's my
on.
point. I can't believe they've never played in a final. That's inexcusable.
Not enough athletes, man.
Are you kidding?
1 o'clock today. Tripp says Morocco is a Sunbelt team like Troy.
Wow.
Yeah, trying to beat a powerhouse to get to the championship.
So I had dinner with a buddy last night, and he was talking about the next World Cup. He's like, "Have you ever been to a World Cup?" And I'm like, "No."
It's in America, isn't it?
Well, he said it's the North American tour. So the way he understood it, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, is there's going to be games in Canada, there's going to be games in
Mexico
and the U.S.
Yeah, but the finals will be in the U.S.
And I think L.A. and Denver here. Is that right?
Oh, well, very West Coast.
I don't know.
I'd
be down to go. You
several
guys?
cities.
Just some wires, man.
Yeah, I think Chicago may have one.
I think we should hit Mexico and Canada as well.
Yeah.
No,
Plug up some wires. Hit the road.
It seems like it's going to be a lot of people.
Headlines this hour being brought to you by our friends at Buzzed, B-U-Z-D, the app you need this holiday season and year-round.
Yeah, look, you're having a holiday party, you run out of goods. These guys will deliver it right to your front door. I've used them. Incredible. We used them up here for Dunaway's Drinks or Drinks with Dunaway. Fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience store. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first-of-its-kind service. Found on your app store, Buzzed, B-U-Z-D. Use that code next round, 15% off your first order. They've got cannabis, including the Delta 8. They've got alcohol, tobacco, adding inventory constantly. From downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between, we bring the buzz to you. Get buzzed, B-U-Z-D.
See, I thought I was right. Jeff says Atlanta's in the mix as well, so we'll have World Cup games in Atlanta.
All right.
Probably in the group stages, but it'll be fun when it comes here in 4 more years. More soccer later today. In your headlines, Alabama wins last night. Big basketball game, 91-88 over Memphis. We talked to Fran Fraschilla about that earlier and started our show with it. Rockstar, if you'll give me cut number 2, Nate Oats last night after this big win, 91-88, was talking about how this team is all of a sudden not the hunter anymore. It's become the hunted rate number 4 in the country.
You seeing that with your team, the pressure of every team's going to give them your best shot to try to upset you now like you guys just did this Saturday?
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. I mean, there's a veteran, talented Memphis team. If they could have got this win tonight, it would have been a huge win. They'd have made it in the top 25. So we're going to get everybody's best shot. Gonzaga's been a Final Four team, number 1 ranked team in the country. They're going to come in as underdogs in Birmingham trying to upset us, which is a little bit different role than, we went up there last year with the same mindset we were going to upset them. So guys are going to have to understand, we're going to get everybody's best shot.
Isn't that weird to hear Gonzaga's coming to town to try to upset Alabama?
Yeah, imagine how that sounds to Gonzaga. I mean, they'll be fully aware of that because they are never in this situation.
Yeah, I wonder what this. If I'm guessing, I would say Alabama's probably a 6-point favorite.
Think so?
So sort of about where it was last night before the number bounced at the last moment. Interesting. With Drew Timme and company coming to town this weekend.
And Memphis and Houston. That's going to be a heck of a battle, I think, in the AAC. I know Houston's really, really good. I was impressed with that Memphis team. And they'll play 2 games late in the year, one in February, one in March.
Brandon Millo last night, the freshman star, he had 21 in the second half, had this to say about what these wins over teams like Michigan State, North Carolina, Houston, number 1 in the country, and now Memphis means to him.
This stretch right now with tough teams, what does this do for you guys confidence-wise? You got a big one on Saturday as well.
Well, I can tell you one thing, it just builds a lot of character, builds character and confidence for our team just to, come out and just play big teams like that in front of a large amount of crowd. So, I mean, confidence and character.
Confidence and character. So Alabama wins. They get Gonzaga on Saturday, 12 noon at Legacy Arena, part of the CM Newton Classic. South Carolina UAB tonight, 6 o'clock, Bartow. UAB all-time in the SEC. Winning record or losing record against SEC teams all-time?
UAB, I would say losing record. But you asked that to bait me into saying losing record, so the answer is going to be winning record.
I will say winning record.
They have a losing record. 33-41 all-time versus the SEC. Bartow Arena tonight. 1-0 this year against the SEC. Beat Georgia earlier. Georgia State and Auburn tonight, 7 o'clock. John is in Mobile. He is next with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. John, how are you doing today, buddy?
Pretty good, guys. Y'all doing all right?
Fantastic.
Great to meet y'all at Floribama. And this morning I was slipping around on YouTube, and somebody had posted Mike Leach when he was at Washington State, giving a little dissertation about how great the Floribama is.
Yeah, we played it on the show yesterday. It's terrific. He really. I had been told he spent a lot of time there when he was down in Daphne.
Would not doubt it at all.
Yep.
What I was going to tell you, I'm in steel construction, and they don't need to wait because prices aren't coming down anytime soon. I can see the inflation 30 to 40%, but if they're going to do it, they just need to bite the bullet and go ahead and do it, because if they wait, it'll just get worse.
You think you could get Greg Byrne to deal on some steel? Like, could you pull some strings, cut some rates for him?
Do what I can, but I don't know.
Well, here's what we need you to do, John. From now until March, every job you do, if you'll just set a little aside for the University of Alabama, right?
Oh, look at that.
We don't need that extra girder up there. Let's throw that one towards the new arena.
Yeah, and when it collapses, I'll tell them, y'all need to go see the next round.
That's the old next round arena. Yep.
That's right.
That's when we won't take phone calls. We won't take phone calls on that day, John.
Anyway, y'all have a great day. Love the show. Thanks.
Thank you, John.
Thank
Nice meeting you at the Floribama.
Nice seeing you as well there.
Hey, I mean, it is hard to believe, though, a program like Alabama. And I'm not saying it's not true. It's just hard to believe that at some point for their second premier sport, it's not like we're stuck swimming and diving here. This is their number 2 sport, and there is a clear need. Nobody would argue Coleman Coliseum is up to par.
I mean, is it the worst venue in the SEC?
Well, I was trying to explain to Taylor last night, to Taylor this morning about last night. She runs our social media, and she's a newly Auburn grad, and she was talking about how was it last night? Was it really exciting? It seemed like such a big game. And I was like, well, it's 3,000 more fans than you have at an Auburn game, but there was zero buzz in the facility except for occasional big moments in the game. Like there are some arenas you go to for a big game where there's constant electricity. You just feel it in the air, even during timeouts or even during normal moments, in the game where there's a certain level of energy. This was it was down, and it would build up to some moments, and then it was sort of down. And I don't know if that's arena, if that's just the Alabama fan base in general. The Alabama fans seem to be a little bit more conservative than most fans in the SEC, but it was a different vibe in the arena than you get at some places.
You've been going to Coleman for decades. That was your first visit to Coleman while they were serving alcohol, right?
It was. It was. A
You
friend
would
of
think
mine,
that would at least excite the crowd a little bit more, right?
Well, I had a friend of mine who rode over who is like Brown and was not planning. I don't know if he doesn't drink at all, but was not planning on drinking at the game. And then one of my friends was. The person who was sitting next to him had his beer sitting on the ground, and he kicked it over. And he had to go and buy a beer. And I was like, how long was the beer line? And he's like, oh, I wasn't going to buy him a new beer when I went to the bathroom if there was a beer line. He ended up buying him one because there was no beer line.
But he was going to kick his beer over and not buy him one?
Well, he was, but not at that moment. If there was a long line, he didn't want to miss any of the game. The guy had driven down from Huntsville to watch the game. But what amazed me was the number of dudes walking around with White Claws.
Yeah, that's a look there, man. I didn't know dudes drink White Claws. I guess they do.
Yeah.
I thought
I told you I had
and other kinds of seltzers.
Yeah.
One of the weirdest sights I saw when we were in Knoxville for the Alabama-Tennessee game, and I was at a sports bar, and I couldn't get a table. And so I went, and I was bidding on tables, and there were the three dudes with a bucket of White Claw, raspberry White Claws, and they were the ones that ultimately sold me my table.
Now, look, I drink women's drinks, man. I like a good mixed one.
You're one of the best
a
at
female mixed drink. There is no doubt. But White Claw walking around with, I don't see a lot of dudes doing that.
Yeah. LT's neighbor says Coleman isn't the greatest atmosphere, but it's a little unfair to judge when the students are out of town. 100%. Student section was full-ish, but there were a lot of empty student seats because they're out. Well, they're out. The semester is out.
To Lance's question, Vandy's a dump, right? I mean, it's a historical dump, but it's a dump.
It is. My friend Tony, who I was with last night, and he goes on the road to watch basketball games. In fact, they were booking their hotels for the SEC basketball tournament in Nashville in the car on the way down last night. It's his favorite place to watch a basketball game because of the sightlines.
But it's not nice by any stretch of the imagination. You won't call it nice.
No, I wouldn't call it nice, but it's nice like going to the Alabama Theater.
The Hump, I can't imagine the Hump's nice.
No.
The PMAC down in Baton Rouge always looks like a dump to me.
It really does.
Georgia to me is the worst.
Stegman at Georgia seems like a dump. I'm going to say the O-Dome. That's been there a minute.
Yeah.
But it's a lot newer than most.
The O-Dome? When do you think it was built? I've been watching games there since the 80s.
Yeah,
well, I thought the 80s is when it was built.
Well, you know how something in the 80s, I mean, that's aged, man.
Yeah, but compare that to something in the 60s.
Well, no, but as you spit
I'm
these
not
out,
saying it's worse than Coleman. I'm just saying these are the ones that are in the same category.
Yeah. As you spit this out, it shows you that
they redid the O-Dome system.
Well, they may have. They've redone Coleman Coliseum, too. Doesn't make it nice.
The commitment to football much different in the SEC.
Yeah,
obviously.
I mean, look at the ones I just reeled off. Now, Ole Miss is new. Auburn is new. I mean, I guess Rupp is nice. I don't know. I've never been to Rupp. You've been to Rupp. Is it nice?
It does seem like we build something new inside Bryant-Denny Stadium every year.
Yeah, I think you do. I think there's a reason it seems that way.
New gold toilets.
I know.
In the zone. It's fun though. I love basketball when it's really good. Is a blast.
Daniel says South Carolina is newish. That's actually, I think, a city facility. Yeah. I don't know if the school may have something to do with it, but so is Williams-Brice, by the way. It just happens to be on the edge of campus. I don't know where the Coliseum is. I don't know if it's on the edge of campus or not.
Yeah. Chris says Vanderbilt not a dump. It's just different.
Sorry?
Yeah. That's my friend Tony. It's his favorite place to watch a basketball game. He's been to them all in the SEC. Roll along here. A little football news in just a second. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services, they bring you the lock every day. LT will send it out at the Lance Taylor. I've
got it, my friend.
Oh, you do? Yeah. Well, tell us about Adam and Chad and then give us a winner.
Yeah, look, if something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any time. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill. They are the ones that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call today, 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090.
Who's winning tonight?
So we're coming off a 2-2. Man, we should have had a 4-0 last night. We lost 2 games by combined. We had Alabama minus 7.5. Lost 2 games by a combined 4.5 points.
And that was about an 8-point Alabama win to me last night. It just ended up the score in that last minute got away.
I mean, we were covering with 30 seconds to go. And in that final minute, you had 2 turnovers, 2 fouls, and a free throw missed. College basketball, though, you brought this game up earlier. What's UAB's record against SEC schools?
33-41.
Yeah, well, make it 34-41.
Oh, you got a win coming up?
Yeah, look, this is going to be complete domination. I mean, they are going to walk South Carolina off the court. I think this is we're going to prove something This is one of those leagues that's still considered a one-bid league. The SEC, hell, who knows how many teams the SEC gets in. South Carolina won't be one of them. But I think UAB wins.
And neither will Georgia, by the way.
Oh, yeah. UAB wins big tonight, 20+.
Yeah, I will tell you, Jeff Goodman and his guys at the Field of 68 said again last night, I read their newsletter every day, that if Andy Kennedy's team is not the best mid-major in the country, it's one of the best mid-majors in the country.
Yeah, I saw a mid-major ranking the other day, and they had them 5th.
Yeah.
Ken Palm today has UAB at 47. A few of the mid-majors in front of them, Utah State.
35 just a few days ago.
Do you consider a Big East a mid-major?
Yeah.
Marquette, Xavier, San Diego State, Memphis. So not a ton in front of them.
Yeah.
St. Mary's.
So UAB tonight, the lock brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. 1 week from National Signing Day. All right? 1 week from National Signing Day. Here's your 24/7 composite ratings right now. We know Alabama got another big stud yesterday. Alabama is number 1, a little gap.
Stunning.
Little gap until you get to Georgia at number 2. Notre Dame and Marcus Freeman. I mean, they lost the Keeley kid who went to Alabama a few months back, still holding on at number 3 in the recruiting cycle. Now, for Notre Dame, with all the stuff they have to deal with in a recruiting class, to be top 5 in recruiting
very impressive.
Is very impressive for Marcus Freeman.
Don't know if he'll make it as a head coach. I don't know. But he can flat recruit. Marcus Freeman can recruit.
Texas is 4. Miami, despite losing recruits and even yesterday losing the 4-star offensive lineman Connor Lew, flipped from Miami to Auburn, is still in there at number 5.
I mean, that is impressive, and they certainly aren't selling last year because their record was awful.
Then Ohio State at 6, LSU and Brian Kelly at 7, Oklahoma 8, Florida 9, Tennessee is in at number 10. Texas A&M, they are currently 15th, and they have 13 verbal commitments.
A little different than last year.
Where is that different than last year, Brown?
Slightly, yes. You're talking about the greatest recruiting class of all time?
14 spot decrease for Jimbo Fisher. Meanwhile, the portal is continuing to do this. That's a door opening.
It's very Rockstar. It's very quiet.
Or it could be a conveyor belt. Just spitting out people.
Yeah.
Interesting what's going on with Jimbo there in College Station. 1 spot ahead of him, by the way, in recruiting, Shane Beamer in South Carolina.
Look at that.
Mississippi State and the late Mike Leach had a 28th rated recruiting class before his passing. Ole Miss at 32, Kentucky at 36, Vanderbilt at 38, and Hugh Freeze trying to catch up, Auburn 41 right now. Some of the numbers in the 24/7 composite ratings. 1 week from today is National Signing Day. My question to you, quick answers, but my question to you guys, does this matter as much as it used to matter?
No.
Or should there be a portal rating as well? Or should I factor portal ratings into this?
That's 3 questions. Which one do you want me to answer?
I want you to answer them all quickly.
No, it doesn't matter as much. Yes, there should be a portal rating, or you should combine the 2.
Yeah. Got to combine them, and I don't think it means nearly as much as it used to.
So portal is trumping this now.
I think so.
Guys.
I think so. I mean, you got to have both.
Yeah. The bigger impact's the portal guys. I mean,
yeah, but
just
you
look
can't,
at USC.
You can't build an 85-man roster off portal guys, so signing day is never going anywhere, obviously.
No, I mean, you got to have a combination.
Yeah.
It's a great Cowan Equipment poll question brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. Taylor, if you can throw it out, would you rather be number 1 in the recruiting class rankings or number 1 in the portal class rankings? It's a Cowan Equipment poll question brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
The beauty of the holiday is at the center of your table with the New York Butcher Shop. Their selection of USDA certified Angus prime rib roast, beef tenderloins, and fillets, as well as premium pork and lamb cuts, are the finest selections available in the market and are hand-cut just the way you want. With side dishes handmade by their professional chefs, your holiday meal is complete. Visit one of their 2 locations today in Cahaba Heights or off Highway 119 in Greystone. Place your order today. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well done service. Hey, this Christmas, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatments, skincare, waxing, and nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift cards are a simple solution. Buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Today's a big day for UCLA. Their regents at some point will let us know if they're going to let them leave for the Big Ten. If they say no, look for the lawsuits and the middle fingers to start flying towards the regions. I expect them to say yes, don't you?
You'd have to think so. I mean, it's in the best financial interest of UCLA, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
Now, their problem is it's not in the best financial interest of Cal, which I guess swings the big stick in that. Do you view it that way? That Cal must swing the big stick in that organization?
Yeah, I mean,
Cal Berkeley.
Yeah, I mean,
or at least 50-50.
Yeah,
they have to. Yeah,
I mean, you would from the outside looking in, you'd think it's UCLA, but clearly it's Berkeley that controls that, that system.
The regents could go a little mob on them, little old school Sopranos, and say, Listen, we'll just take a little off the top for UC Berkeley every year.
I think I wouldn't be shocked if that's not what happened, is that they have to do some sort of financial settlement that the big, some of that Big Ten money goes to Cal.
It goes into the system.
That's right.
And not into your pockets.
Yeah, keep them quiet. Whatever works.
Makes sense right there. But that announcement will come at some point today from out on the West Coast. Our friends at Oak House, man, we've told you about this place several times. It is where we pay off our steak bets, actually. It's where we go and where we eat steaks when one of us is buying the other steaks. And this place, I hate to say it, I love the steaks. Their best item may not even be a steak.
No, I think it's the pork chop. I mean, the steaks are great. The burgers, the pasta. I mean, everything you get there. Chef Oliver, you remember him way back in the day at Fleming's? Travis Grappo, him and his wife own this great place. It's located Donovan Valley, right across from Mount Laurel in the Greystone Shoal Creek neck of the woods. Again, the former Fleming's partners, Travis and Oliver, deliver world-class food. Had dinner there last night, sat at the bar with a good buddy of mine, and I went with the pork chop. He asked me a couple of weeks ago, hey, can we go to this one joint? Their pork chop's really good. And I was like, if you want the best pork chop in Birmingham, let's go to Oak House. Now, we get there, and he ends up ordering a steak, different story.
Still a good choice.
Gave him a cut of my pork chop, ate a good bit of the pork chop, took the rest home for a Ladybird, where she can enjoy some of that pork chop.
How can you not eat every bite?
I can't believe you didn't finish it.
Well,
my question becomes, can I have another at the end of that pork chop?
I had some chalices of Stella.
Chalices, Rockstar.
Well, they pour in that chalice glass.
Justice.
I feel so weird drinking out of the chalice glass. You don't ask for it, but a lot of places will just bring you that chalice.
Great staff, too, man. I love these guys.
Oh, yeah. Jay, and got to see David last night, and Anna Kate, the best hostess in all of Birmingham.
She's a good kid, isn't she, LT?
She really is. She came and sat with us for a little bit.
Gets that from her mom.
Yeah, great kid. So great staff. But after a couple of chalices, I had the wedge. Their wedge is gigantic.
It's so good, too.
And it's homemade blue cheese. You would love this, Rocky. A blue cheese vinaigrette.
You know what? I'm going to tap out of that. I can't do blue cheese, man, but thank you.
Two full strips of bacon.
I'm not a fan of it, but it's good on this.
That's not in your script, Rockstar. You're supposed to love it.
Yeah.
Blue cheese,
Roll with it. Roll with it, Rocky.
Give me extra blue cheese.
Two full strips of bacon. So by the time I got my big-ass pork chop, still on the bone there with a big side of mac and cheese, I mean, I was starting to get a little full. I gave it a run. But anyway, great stocking stuffer, gift cards from Oak House. Get in and see Travis and the guys. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. You're going to love Oak House.
Thanks, Herb. Let's do try and get him in.
Well, shit. What are y'all doing? This is awful. It's still March. How many days in March?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, when you want to buy a home, don't wait on rates because they may not wait on you. Interest rates are higher, and if you wait to buy, you'll be left out. So let our friends at Mortgage Right help you get the lowest rate available. Build a plan, take advantage of lower rates when they're back with a speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance programs, and a variety of loan products. Mortgage Right can help you buy quickly and take advantage of the increased home inventory. They have the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Don't stand on the sidelines. Buy your new home today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200 if you're in Birmingham. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first. Woman who claimed to be a god from ancient Egypt was arrested Sunday afternoon in Miami.
A guy or a god?
God.
A god.
After hitting and threatening random passerby while slamming tables and throwing items, according to authorities.
She looks like Lil Wayne.
Man, we're going to take your picture. What?
Hey, first glance?
Yeah.
Not going to disagree. Does look like a god from ancient Egypt.
Now, according to the arrest report, the first officer at the scene tried to take Emily Lougton, 26 years old, into custody, but she became, quote, aggressive and hostile.
I don't see
the officer.
I don't see it in the picture. Not aggressive or hostile.
Screaming, "Don't touch me," and she slapped the officer in the face. Police said the officer tried to stun Lougton with his taser, was unsuccessful. Another officer tried to assist and dodged Lougton as she tried to hit him as well.
Does not look stunned, yes.
According to the arrest report, Lougton had, quote, unusual strength from what appeared to be an unknown substance. She's coming down in this picture, by the way.
I agree. The unknown substance is wearing off. Would you agree?
Yeah, police said it took multiple officers to handcuff Lockton. She was ultimately restrained on a stretcher brought in by fire and rescue.
Wow, guys. They strapped her to the stretcher?
Authorities said Lockton was shouting during the entirety of the struggle, claiming she was related to the late rapper Tupac and was also a god from ancient Egypt who could take us all on, she said.
That's a weird combo. You're related to Tupac and you're an Egypt
but
god.
But you bring Tupac up first.
Well, yeah, you know, you don't want to brag, Rockstar. You got to sneak into being a god.
I have over 400 apples in my house, and I'm a god.
That's right. You don't want to brag. You don't want to lead with a brag.
Brown, you're going to love this number. Nearly 74% of Americans.
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Think you have to have a meat at every meal.
Or for freedom.
70. Love golf. For freedom.
74% of Americans share their bed with a pet.
Oh, Charlie sleeps in my bed sometimes.
Really?
We have two.
Charlie's tiny though. I mean, Charlie's a 5-pound dog.
We have two, and if I go out at night, if I haven't been around the dogs at all, as soon as I get in bed, last night 1 a.m. I get in bed, and the one thing they want to do, I can't even get comfortable, and they are magnets on me at that point. They want to lay on me and sleep on me.
Yeah, Lady Bird was
Maggie's
at the bottom
cold as
of
ice.
the bed today.
The Ice Queen's asleep.
They come to the heat.
Yeah, Lady Bird was at the bottom of the bed this morning, and it was tough to sleep. Anyway, pet pig is not normally the type of pet that shares the bed with a
I'm
human.
going to pass on that one.
Georgia resident Alexis Waldron, on the other hand, may disagree with that.
That's what Maggie wakes up to every morning.
Shit.
23-year-old often shares her bed with this Coon Julianne mixed pig, noting that the pig hogs the covers. She goes on to say,
I like the way that's written, Lance.
I'm obsessed with her. She sleeps in bed with me a couple of nights a week. Now, Petunia, 36-pound animal that was adopted by Waldron earlier this year. Waldron says she brought Petunia home at just 6 pounds, noting this type of pig can get as big as 300 pounds.
That's a big pig. I cannot imagine having a pig in my bed. Now, Charlie, it's like maybe 1 out of 5 nights. Most of the time, he sleeps upstairs with Hallie.
Yeah, I would get nervous that if you roll over, you could pull a Christopher Maltasante on Charlie.
No, oh, yeah. Well, he gets out of the way.
That pig didn't break anybody's reading glasses before this picture, did they?
You're saying he looks like Chris Beard?
No, that eye got dotted.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That's like a wet-ass nose.
It does. Could you imagine that waking you up, Rockstar?
It's just not a good-looking animal.
And you know they snore.
Oh, yeah, and loud, too.
Yeah.
They probably got those...
They're probably gassy, too.
Yeah, you got to think. The way they eat...
You think a 300-pound
I'll
pig would
tell
be
you.
a problem in the bed?
They taste good.
They do, man. Cooked just right.
But only at our friends at Oak House. What did you tell us about Oak House?
That is a good pork chop, though. My brother-in-law agrees, Lance. He took his girlfriend there. He was going to get the lamb chop. I said, get the pork chop. And he texted me back and said, hey, that is the best pork chop I've ever had.
I saw Sisler and her husband John there.
Oh, yeah?
And I talked him in, not last night, the last time I was in, and I talked him into getting the pork chop.
Oh, Sizzler?
He thanked me afterwards, yeah. Okay, saying things that you regret to colleagues. This is Christmas party. If you damage your reputation at the office Christmas party, how to fix things.
Okay.
The first one, alcohol makes for loose lips. When you drop your self-awareness after drinking at the Christmas party, you can often find yourself overextending or saying something reckless to a colleague. Some 10% say they made inappropriate comments to a colleague at last year's Christmas party or something that they regretted. How to fix it if you find yourself saying something you regret. Rumors start to circulate around the office. Best advice, restore your reputation, is to be frank, address the issue, admit you made a genuine mistake, and sincerely apologize to those affected.
I mean, that's okay. All those things work, yeah.
Physical
Can you just say, hey, I was drunk. I was drunk last night.
Well, no, because then they're going to yeah, but that were your true feelings that came out. I don't care if you're drunk or not. You truly feel that way. That's when you got to sincerely apologize.
So, physical confrontations with colleagues. Again, this is much more commonplace than you may think. Research showed as many as 20% said they or a colleague may have been in a physical altercation or heated argument at the Christmas party. Unfortunately, a lot of people tend to get quite aggressive when drunk, and this issue very often leads to HR action, especially if senior management is involved. It isn't really a good look. How to fix it? If you find yourself in this situation, I would advise making every effort to resolve the issue before addressed at HR.
What percentage of corporate Christmas parties back when we were corporate employees did you go to? What percentage? I think you were pretty good, weren't you?
Some of them were what we call
lame.
Not mandatory, but
mandatory.
Buddy, we got guilt tripped into them.
They were awful. I went to, I think, every one of them. I think.
Did you really?
I think so.
Yeah, we got guilt tripped pretty hard into going to them.
Didn't we get one year told because of our salaries, it was mandated we come? It would be a horrible look if we did not come.
Rockstar is mandated is not the proper word, Jim, but I think it was.
Remember that.
It was very heavily encouraged.
I went to one, and that was the year we did it down at the hotel that you stayed at for a while.
Oh, the Redmont.
The Redmont.
I
yes.
remember that one.
No, that was a good party.
It was. I
Yeah,
enjoyed
that was
one.
probably the best one of them all. Yeah,
It's the only one I went
They
to.
had a mac and cheese bar. I was done.
Oh, that's right, Rockstar.
Yeah.
I remember that. Lunsford said he went to approximately zero.
I
Christmas
set up the
parties.
mac and cheese bar, by the way.
Good job, Lance.
By
That's a
set up,
great
Lance didn't
setup.
mean physically set up.
No, but I went through the menu, and they had a
Yes.
mac and cheese bar option, and
You
I thought that
selected
was a
it,
way to
yes.
go.
No, you were correct.
Another one, trashing venue property or getting ejected at a Christmas party. You might be thinking trashing venues, that's a little extreme. Christmas parties don't get that out of hand. By the way, we watched Office Christmas Party the other night. It did get that out of hand. Research found 11% of staff said their companies have received complaints or been banned from a venue due to staff conduct at a Christmas party. How to fix it? If you end up doing something like this, best way to attempt to save face, personally pick up the cost of the damage of the venue, or if you've been rude or aggressive to someone at the venue, make sure your colleagues know you have visited the venue personally to apologize.
I can see us having a Christmas party and Tyler getting on the copier over there and sending us pictures of his butt cheeks or something. Isn't that an office party?
He needs your
stunt?
address for the Christmas cards he's doing, by the way. That brings a good
If
point.
you have to send out an email to all your coworkers saying, I just want everybody to know I went to the venue and apologized for my actions.
And paid for the damages.
And paid for the damages.
Y'all have no more right to be pissed at me
I
anymore.
mean, how out of hand do you think that got?
Next level.
Yeah.
You know, the best is they had that snow machine in the Office Christmas Party.
I just remember the dude jumping off the second story.
Courtney Vance. Oh, so funny.
Jason Bateman is legitimately somebody that can't do anything I dislike as far as his.
He plays the
So
straight guy.
have you seen that movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a funny. I love Jason Bateman. I mean, I'll watch him in anything.
Okay, here are food mascots who have surprisingly deep lore. Chuck E. Cheese. Boy, this is a lot.
Charles Entertainment Cheese?
A young Charles was an orphan who was raised in an orphanage called St. Marineris. Now, he loved birthdays at the orphanage, but was never able to celebrate his own because he did not know his own birthday. He lived a birthday-less orphan life until the orphanage kicked him out for not being a kid anymore. He then hid in a pizzeria where the owner, Pasquale, discovered him. But before he could kick him out, Chuck began to sing. Pasquale saw dollar signs in his eyes. So began a fruitful fictional partnership that sustains to this day.
Now, but they split because Pasquale's got his own pizza joint, and now Charles
still
Entertainment Cheese has his.
Oh, wait, and you had Billy Bob from Showbiz, but just somebody like, hey, Dunaway, will you please write a backstory for Chuck E. Cheese? All right, he's an orphan that doesn't know his birthday. They just kick him out of the orphanage because he's too damn old.
Tip of the iceberg, Grimace. McDonald's official Twitter explained that Grimace is the embodiment of a milkshake.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Original concept was the evil Grimace.
Grimace has packed it on since I was a kid.
Which was a four-armed monstrosity that stole milkshakes from kids, which they changed to a friendly purple guy who, as it was, unsurprisingly terrifying to children. Apparently, Grimace comes from a place called Grimace Island, which is full of grimaces.
Oh, that's a terrible place. Jim, he needs some of your bars. I think
He really does.
packed on the LBs.
That does not remind me of a milkshake at all.
No.
He
And
could
it's
not
purple.
tie his shoes either.
And
No,
it's
he could not.
purple.
And finally, Captain Crunch, according to a biography from a 1961 press release.
Well, Captain Crunch was a ship captain.
Horatio inherited his sea legs from his father, Seven Crunch, who was a Viking navigator who found himself and his boatmates marooned in what is now New England. And there he met and married a Native American woman named Gidget Running Star. They bore a child. That child was Horatio Magellan Crunch. Unfortunately, America's school system was lacking. It was decided that he would be sent to England for his studies. On his way, however, the boat Horatio was riding on was captured by pirates, who then adopted a young Crunch, taught him how to be a sailor, beginning his rise to the captain we know and love today.
Say what you didn't know that when you're eating Oops All Berries.
He makes a dang good cereal. I
love
credit.
Gidget Running Star. Do we have a picture of her?
We don't have a picture.
You've never had a grape milkshake?
A grape milkshake?
Yeah.
I have not.
I've never had a grape milkshake.
Cecil's Cheeseburgers in Jacksonville used to make a grape milkshake. It was famous.
Yeah.
No, it was good.
I try not to start in Jacksonville. Oh, Jacksonville, Alabama. Okay, I thought you were talking
Jim.
Jacksonville, Florida. I've never heard of the place you're talking about.
Well, it went out of
Jacksonville,
business.
Alabama.
I used to love Pops in Heflin.
Yeah, Pops had good Pops Charburgers.
I've stopped at Pops, but I got the chocolate vanilla mixture, whatever that was called.
Finally, psychology life hacks. If someone is trying to make you decide on something in a hurry, they're probably giving you a bad deal. Walk away. I agree with that.
Oh, Jim, I need money. Don't ask why. I need money.
I like this one. If you think someone is watching you, fake a yawn and then watch them.
Contagious, man.
I like this one also. Plan something fun for every Wednesday that you can look forward to. You'll start looking forward to it on Monday. By the time it's here, you'll already be halfway through the week, and you're that much closer to the weekend.
That is so true. What a great idea.
Another life hack, whenever you're introducing a new idea to someone, if you lead with the words, "this might not be for you," it naturally engages the person's interest and makes them feel like it probably is.
It's an investment opportunity. I'll do it.
What makes you think I don't want long-distance calling services?
And finally, when someone remembers you, they are most likely to think about the first time and the last time they saw you, so make sure you leave a good impression the next time you see them.
Thank you, Floribama. And that is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
That was a dead hit.
It was. It made it shake, too.
Yeah, they've got that lock and shop program right now at our friends at Mortgage Right with rates trending upward. Save yourself money, stress, and time by buying your home with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. If rates rise during your lock-in period, your interest rate will not be affected. Plus, you know your home buying budget ahead of time. Pre-approve your budget. Maintain a 90-day interest rate lock-in period. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Russie's right. If my office party had an Olivia Munn, I'd go to that one too. We will talk more about what's going on in the sports world with Todd Fuhrman at the top of the hour from Vegas. The show being brought to you by Champy's world famous fried chicken. You're hungry? You want the best food available? How about Champy's chicken right now? Highway 119 in Alabaster. You cannot beat Sterling's crew right there. They're ready to give you great customer service and unbelievable fried chicken, all the wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, the po' boys, and, of course, those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. It's Champy's Chicken, champyschicken.com, open for lunch and dinner. Highway 119 in Alabaster, and don't forget the gift cards. You can get those at champyschicken.com as well.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western Wear, open Monday through Saturday. Just look for the big red building off I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. And follow Jack's Western Wear on Facebook and Twitter. Merry Christmas, y'all, from Jack's Western Wear.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all three phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Another Drinks with Dunaway coming up tomorrow. If you want to sit at home tonight and enjoy good basketball, other than just UAB at home against South Carolina or Auburn as they play host to Georgia State, you can see UCLA and Maryland tonight, 8 o'clock, future Big Ten matchup. FS1 on that one. And Western Kentucky and Louisville tonight. Interesting here, 8 o'clock ESPN2. Louisville in that in-state game goes into that one 0-9. Still looking for their first win.
Tough start for your guy there, man.
It is. Redmont Vodka is how you enjoy the games.
Hey, so the 25 days of cocktails from our friends at Redmont Vodka. Day 14 brings us the Redmont Favorite Eleanor's Eggnog. I like eggnog, by the way. I've never had it with vodka.
I've never tried eggnog, I don't think.
Oh, it's so good. 1.5 ounces of the Redmont vodka, 4 ounces of eggnog, some ice, graham cracker the rim, and you've got the Redmont Favorite Eleanor's Eggnog. Again, Redmont Vodka, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. Vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package, including Pink Package, Beverage Place, ABC stores. Pick up some this holiday season. Redmont Vodka.
And Brown's got some NFL he wants to talk about. A couple of notes going to him. Deebo Samuel's not a season-ending injury, 3-ish weeks, they're saying, with the 49ers. Have him back for the playoffs. If that is true, that is good. Desmond Ridder, the starter of Forrester's Falcons. Since he was named the starter, nobody knows what Marcus Mariota is. He's been away from the team. 13 games as the starter. He's getting his knee evaluated, and they seriously yesterday, they don't know where Marcus is.
So, like, he's missing.
Yeah, he's left the team momentarily to get that knee checked out. So if I'm not starting, I'm out. Maybe we'll see if see if he's back at the facility tonight.
I want to check Hawaii, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Pro Football Talk, Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, and NBC is reporting this week that there has finally, and I don't know that Sunday night did it, but Sunday night was probably the worst roughing the passer call I've ever seen. That the needle has finally moved for the NFL owners and rules committee to make roughing the passer reviewable. that enough has happened this year that the needle has finally moved. That sources inside the NFL are telling him that it looks like it is going to become a reviewable play.
We'll make it like targeting. You go back in college, you go back and review every one of them.
Yeah, and right now the officials are told when in doubt, throw the flag. So I don't know how this would affect that. I don't know if you're still when in doubt, throw the flag. We'll clean it up on review.
Is it reviewable or does it have to be challenged?
Well, that's I don't know. And
like some things are, booth review mandated. Like
I don't see that in the story.
Every scoring play is reviewed. Every turnover is reviewed.
Yeah.
You don't have to challenge those things.
Yeah.
But that would be if every one of these is reviewed and they can buzz down from the top and say, hey, that was not roughing the passer.
Well, and
play on.
The league has pushed back on the fact that, we're trying not to review subjective calls. Now, I would suggest any call subjective.
Right.
But they say we try not to review subjective calls, and it's going to open Pandora's box that if, say, pass interference, like in that Saints-Rams game that one time, Lance, if that becomes so controversial, are we going to have to start reviewing every pass?
Would that have gotten overturned, you think?
We did for a year, remember?
Yeah.
That was
and
awful.
nobody liked that.
Then we threw it away.
Yeah, I think people are going to like this, though.
We'll see how that's played out, but that's something to keep on your radar as it goes to the owners' meeting. Tell us about Nichols, and I got one graphic for us he's going to pull up about top-rated quarterbacks in this year's draft, a couple interesting slots.
Hey, if you've got an old firearm or hunting rifle that might just be sitting around collecting dust, don't let it. Nichols Outfitters may want to buy it from you. Take it to Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham, and see what kind of cash you can get for your old firearm. Talk to the team at Nichols Outfitters. They know the outdoors. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham.
Pro Football Focus and Bleacher Report's Michael Renner's top-rated quarterbacks in this year's NFL draft. There's Bryce Young, number 1. Our boys at number 2, Will Levis.
I mean, they are not going to let this die, are they?
C.J. Stroud, Tanner McKee of Stanford, who left early, Anthony Richardson. There's Bo Nix. Have we seen a Bo Nix? Is he leaving? Is that official, or is he coming back?
There's been no announcement. I think if I'm 6th, I stay. If I'm him, I think he can increase his stock. I think he can make a play for the Heisman.
I think there's only 3 guys that go in the first round, and those are your top 3.
Yep.
And then after that, it's just kind of a crapshoot.
Hendon Hooker at 7 without the injury. I've got to think he's up there behind Stroud ahead of McKee, right?
I would think so.
And I would gamble on him. Aiden O'Connell's there. Jake Haener, who you liked, got injured and came back. And there's Clayton Tune down at Houston. Usually hitting the wrong note when I watch him play.
Hey!
But Bryce Young at the top of the list there of the quarterbacks, according to Mike Renner.
I saw, and I cannot remember who it was, but I was flipping around channels the other day, and I saw one of these 8 million draft guys saying, well, my issue with Hendon Hooker is I think he's an excellent quarterback, but I think that is 100% scheme related. Josh Heupel is so good at scheming it up. He's hitting open receivers. And I'm like, why aren't you hiring Josh Heupel?
Yeah, why is your NFL coaches not better?
Yeah, I mean, somebody needs to hire Josh Heupel in the NFL then if that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, give me a coach that can scheme up where my quarterback is throwing to wide open receivers.
Yeah, I think that's the guy you would want there.
Or, as we like to call it, the San Francisco 49ers, apparently, right? That's what Shanahan's known to be doing, right? That he's taking Brock Purdy and beating a pretty good Buccaneers defense with wide open receivers.
I know.
He's taking that Iowa State quarterback.
Mr. Irrelevant, by the way, last player drafted.
An Iowa State quarterback and carving up the Buccaneer defense on a Sunday. Not an exhibition game, in a game that counted. That's pretty good scheming there by Shanahan and the 49ers. All right, top of the hour. Steak bets all the time, brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. Great place to get your steaks and a lot more.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to get in there just a couple of nights ago, pick up steaks for the boys, grilled out, just fantastic. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop, pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you, chef-prepared entrees and side dishes, perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family, ready to heat at home with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, your one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show today, being brought to you in part by our friends at Nut Dust. They'll bring you the headlines right here. LT, I'll tell you about Nut Dust in just a second. Alabama beats Memphis last night, 91-88. Brandon Miller, 21 of his 24 points in the second half. Big win. Gonzaga in town, 12 noon Saturday at Legacy Arena. UAB at home tonight against South Carolina, 6 o'clock. Auburn at home tonight against Georgia State, 7 o'clock. Namari Burnett, Alabama's a big defender. Wrist injury, surgery required here in Birmingham. He's out 6 to 8 weeks. They hope to return this season. The UC Regents out of the University of California announcing today if UCLA will be allowed to move to the Big Ten. We expect them to say yes. Auburn football flips Michigan offensive lineman Connor Lew from Miami to the Auburn Tigers. He's a 4-star interior lineman. And Mississippi State announces they will play in their bowl game January 2nd at the ReliaQuest Bowl down in Tampa after the death and passing of head coach Mike Leach at the age of 61. Those are your headlines brought to you by our friends at Nut Dust.
Hey, at Nut Dust, redefining the use and feel of body powder. Nut Dust is talc-free. It's an all-natural body powder. It's great for all over the body, feet, below the belt. Available in 4 great scents: Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wildling. All day, every day, Nut Dust has got you covered. Remember, this holiday season, it's a great stocking stuffer. A lot of people bought it for that special someone in their life last year. Just go to officialnutdust.com. 10% off one order, 20% off if you get 2 or more, 30% off 3 or more.
All right, go to bettheboardpodcast.com. You'll find more from Todd Fuhrman, the former odds maker at Caesars Palace, with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Fuhrman? How are you?
Doing very well this morning, gentlemen. How you boys holding up?
Doing wonderful. Thanks a lot. We've got an state of Alabama doubleheader to start bowl season. We've talked about Miami, Ohio, UAB. I want to ask you about this Troy UTSA game. 2 11-win teams playing on the first day of bowl season, and Troy is favored 1.5.
Yeah, a great matchup of mid-majors or non-Power 5 teams. You would have loved to see both Troy and UTSA have an opportunity to kind of sharpen their teeth against teams hailing from Power 5 conferences, but we know the bowl scenario doesn't always play out that way. When you look at the Trojans, this is a defense, honestly, guys, that I would have in the top 4 if they played in the ACC. John Sumrall basically getting a bunch of Power 5 transfers to gel into a unit that's been fast, it's been athletic, and you look at how they've performed this year, they've been extremely dynamic. Offensively, to Troy's credit, they've been able to run the football over the last couple weeks, and I think some of that balance has created an opportunity for them to win this game against a UTSA team that, in my opinion, doesn't get nearly the same rigorous tests week in, week out playing in Conference USA as Troy did in the Sun Belt. So I'm actually on board with this move. I know Troy actually opened as a modest underdog. They've moved into that 1.5, 2-point favorite role. And I think Troy puts a signature win on the resume for the season and finishes the campaign 12-2.
Fuhrman, Saturday we kick it off early, Fenway Park, 10 a.m., Cincinnati, Louisville. We've got 2 interim coaches. We've got no Malik Cunningham. Louisville still standing as a 1-point favorite. Very difficult game, in my opinion, to handicap.
There's no doubt you have a number of unique factors here that I think are endemic to bowl games above all else. How much is Scott Satterfield going to tip his hand to the interim coaches for Cincinnati about the strengths and weaknesses of the team that he coached for all 12 regular season games? We know there's no love lost in that particular regard, but I think more importantly in handicapping this game, LT above everything else, is the weather. It looks like we could see some frozen rain in the forecast there at Fenway. It's part of the reason that this total's come down a touch. 2 teams that aren't all that dynamic offensively to begin with, playing in the elements. We've seen the unique stadium configuration. Both teams will be on the same side of the field. Gusting winds, and I think this game can start out at a snail's pace. I like the first half under if you're able to get 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, sneaky good game right there. Miami of Ohio and UAB kicks us all off on Friday at 10:30 in the morning in the Bahamas. This Blazer team with a lot of talent on that team, maybe underachieved a little bit, but you have a coach, an interim coach, who's coaching his last game at UAB. Do you feel like that if you can figure out which team it means more to, you stand a pretty good chance at winning in the bowl season? And is UAB that team in this game?
Motivation is such a key, and if you're able to play psychologist for these 18 to 22-year-olds going into some of these non-major bowl games, that's where you're going to get a better advantage than you will even leaning on some of the X's and O's and the power ratings that are out there. You mentioned the interim/non-interim scenario playing out at UAB, and I have to imagine the Blazers players, given some of their comments, are going to want to send Brian Vincent out with a win. Now, all that being said, covering as an 11-point favorite is different than just winning the game outright. The one thing we've grown accustomed to in this Bahamas Bowl in the past is typically wind gusts anywhere from 15 to 25 miles an hour. I don't think that's going to impact anything that UAB wants to do. You look at a team that ran the football to the tune of more than 6 yards per carry and just shy of 250 rushing yards per game. Miami of Ohio, middle of the pack by the MAC, and this was a down year for the Mid-American Conference. You look at some of the numbers that they put forth offensively, they've really come against the dregs. I think UAB can bottle them up. I just don't love to make a habit, guys, of laying double digits in some of these games, especially with a total that's sitting in the low 40s.
Todd Fuhrman is with us. BetTheBoardPodcast.com is where you find the podcast he does on all the games, not just the ones we're talking about, but every single game of interest to them. You can find that at BetTheBoardPodcast.com. Follow him at Todd Fuhrman. He's with us on the Johnston RVCenter.com hotline. Fuhrman will know the significance of the two games I'm about to ask him about. It is the biggest over and the biggest total and the smallest total. Better chance, Fuhrman, that we get an over in North Carolina, Oregon, which I think is 70 right now, last time I saw it, or an under in Iowa, Kentucky, which is 31.5 right now.
I'd be more inclined to go over the total in North Carolina and Oregon. I know UNC will go into the game without Josh Downs, so it puts a bigger burden on Drake May to spread it around to some of his secondary weapons there. But you look at Oregon offensively, I have to imagine they'll be able to score as much as they want to in this particular spot. When you look at that total of 31.5 between Iowa and Kentucky, you need so many things to go right in a bowl game for a game to stay under. I know Kentucky onto their backup quarterback, and in limited glimpses that we saw of him earlier this year didn't exactly light the world on fire. No Chris Rodriguez. Meanwhile, on the other side for Iowa, they're on their third-string quarterback, but let's not sugarcoat it, guys. Is there that big a drop-off, or could there be, from Spencer Petras and Alex Padilla to what we're going to see for the Hawkeyes? Not a total that I'm running to bet. I actually like Iowa a bit in the game. I think Iowa defensively can create a short field or two, and that's where this contest will be won.
Looking forward to the Las Vegas Bowl, Florida and Oregon State. We love what Oregon State does with their program there under, but we're big SEC people. Feels like the SEC at a little bit of a disadvantage, like almost the Gators are fighting up in weight class in this game. How do you feel about Florida and Oregon State there in Vegas?
Such a weird game, because if you read some of the practice reports coming out of Gainesville, Billy Napier has focused much more on winning a increasingly competitive recruiting battle throughout the state, more so than preparing this team for the bowl game and their trip out to the West Coast. When you look at Jack Miller stepping in for Anthony Richardson, I think he gives them a little bit more accuracy, but obviously a step down in overall athleticism. Oregon State said last year they were a bit overwhelmed by their bowl game, disappointed in how they performed against Utah State. I expect them to be more buttoned up in this contest than they were. But again, we're talking about laying a big number for a team that plays methodically, wants to try and run the football and shorten the game. Jonathan Smith's bunch could want to win. I'm not sure they're going to try and appease their alums by winning and covering in this spot. I actually think as the total dips down, there's a little bit of value in going over, but not a game that I'm running to bet.
Hey, switching to the NFL, like 3 weeks ago, you and I talked about this, and I believe San Francisco was the best team in the NFL. The defense is lights out. You've got a lot of playmakers there. Now Debo's down. Obviously, Brock Purdy's getting his second start tomorrow night against Seattle. This is a must-win game for the Seahawks. I kind of like the Seahawks at home. I went Carolina last week. I've been backing San Francisco, but his second start, to me, is going to be a little bit different from his first start.
And I'm right there with you. When you look at this particular spot, it sets up well for Seattle playing at home against a familiar opponent on a short week. The one thing that's a little bit troublesome when you're making a case for the Seahawks as a live underdog, they were on the field defensively for more than 39 minutes last week against the Panthers, and it didn't matter if it was Dante Foreman, Chuba Hubbard, or Raheem Blackshear. They were able to basically grind Seattle into dust on the defensive side of the ball. Now, the one area where I think Seattle actually is built to attack San Francisco is with an offensive line that hasn't been great in run blocking, but they have been better in pass protection. Geno Smith came out in the wake of that performance against Carolina, said he wants to simplify the game plan a bit, and I give Seattle an edge with the likes of DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett on the outside. I also think there's a better than 60-40 chance that Brock Purdy could be limited. You mentioned going out on the road, much different than playing at home, and this is one of the louder venues that Purdy's going to play in. I think Seattle's an extremely live underdog with their season hanging in the balance.
Todd Fuhrman, BetTheBoardPodcast.com. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Rockstar, your Detroit football Lions are a road favorite.
It's happened.
It has happened. When is the last time their favored won at New York playing the Jets? When's the last time the Lions were a road favorite, Fuhrman?
It has been a long, long time, and when you look at this Lions team right now, clearly trending in a very positive direction. You look at how they've performed on the defensive side of the ball, which was rock bottom early in the year. They've at least been average over the last 5 to 6 weeks, and they're getting the most out of some of their players on the defensive line, like John Kaminsky and Isaiah Buggs, that are making life difficult. The problem is when you look at the Lions and their full body of work, as Rockstar knows all too well, Jared Goff sometimes turns into a pumpkin when he plays in the elements, and Detroit has one of the biggest home-road splits in terms of points per game output. When you look at the way the number has moved, though, very respected money has come in on the Lions. My big concern here is, are you selling the Jets stock at the bottom? I actually like this game under the total more than I do a side. I know it's come down from 47 to 44.5, but I think we're talking about a 20-17 football game and a coin flip in terms of who emerges with the big W.
This is going to be the dumbest thing I've ever asked you, but as a
Well,
guy,
it's a high bar, Jim.
It is. We've been together a long time now, but as a man who does this for a living in a city that makes a ton of money off of this, do you guys really look at thermostats and trends when it comes to teams playing in cold temperatures, like the Dolphins playing Buffalo, snow in the forecast? They've lost 8 straight when the kickoff temperature is under 40 degrees. Does that factor in with you guys at all?
It shouldn't be the primary tipping point for why you're going to try and make a bet, but it should obviously factor into the calculus. And when you look at Tua, he's never played an NFL game in freezing temperatures, an 0-4 record, 3 total touchdowns and 6 turnovers with a passer rating shy of 65 in the 4 coldest games of his NFL career. The Dolphins in those games have lost by a combined 83 points. So it's not exactly a ringing endorsement by any stretch of the imagination, but maybe more troublesome is what Buffalo has been able to do against Miami. And I know this current iteration of the Dolphins significantly better than we've seen in the past, but the last 5 trips Miami has made to Orchard Park, New York, they've been outscored 179-91. The NFL scheduling gods didn't exactly give them a lifeline, playing the late game on Sunday night, traveling coast to coast and having a short week to go to Buffalo dealing with the weather. I'm not running to lay the points here with Buffalo. I actually think if the weather forecast clears up a bit, it makes sense to go over the total, but I do think the Bills make a world of sense to tie into a lot of teasers if you can get them down to that 1.5 range.
Did you say it should factor into the calculus or the Celsius?
Hey!
Oh, well, you can do one of the two in all of that, but let's just say it's not the rosiest of outlooks for Miami when they're using their propane heaters on the sidelines in a balmy 55 degrees at SoFi last weekend.
Yeah, I did notice that, by the way. When the game started and Tarico's like, it's colder than normal here in L.A., it's going to get down into the 50s. I was like, oh, come on, Tarico. And they show the sidelines and Miami's got the heaters. I'm like, oh, my gosh, we're gonna lose this game. We're going to lose this game.
There was a Silicon Valley episode where it was like, actual frost is on the ground here in L.A.
Jeez.
Okay.
Hey, I mean, you know what, guys? Having grown up in Chicago and going to school on the East Coast, dealing with freezing temperatures felt like half the year. I've definitely grown softer in my time out here in the desert. I mean, when the Celsius dips and the mercury below 60, I'm all about putting on the winter hat and long sleeves to take the dog for a walk. And if it dips below 30, I typically don't even like to leave the house.
I don't know if you know David Payne Purdom. He covers gambling, I think, for ESPN. He just tweeted, according to Caesar Sports, the most bet teams this week, the teams that taken the most action to win the Super Bowl this week, they are the Eagles, the 49ers, and the
Bengals.
Lions. What are people doing for Rockstar? Come on.
It's real interesting when you look at the Lions. Obviously, so much of that is price determinant. But I think what's more fascinating, and I'm not sure the reporter that shared this nugget, I want to say maybe Ben Fox from VSiN, said that over the last 10 days or so, you've seen Dan Campbell's odds to win Coach of the Year at Caesars go from 100 to 1 down to 7.5 to 1. I still think it's Nick Sirianni's award to win if Philadelphia can finish the season 15-2. But pretty incredible that you have a team that wins outright as a $1.30 favorite against the Vikings have his odds shift substantially. But it's clearly a byproduct of Brian Dable's struggles in New York, Pete Carroll, some of the luster being off there in Seattle, and just a credit to everything that the Lions have done, the lovable loser showing a little bit more tooth than we've seen in the last couple seasons.
Listen, I don't know if Purdom's your competition or not.
He's not.
And I don't know if we have competition, but feel free to clap back at Brown and says, I don't know if you read what Feinbaum said or what Josh Pate said.
I don't care about that. Furman doesn't care. Furman knows. Was that insulting to you? For Dunaway's insinuating I insulted you, Fuhrman? If so,
No, not at all. We cover the space from very different perspectives. He's one of the best journalists out there, breaking some of the news. I always do wonder, and I have a good relationship with him, some of the information he gets fed, how much I actually want to necessarily buy into it, as we've seen a lot of these sports books spin the narrative. But I'm more about trying to handicap games and keep the three of you in line every Wednesday.
Yeah, good luck on that.
Read between the lines. That's Fuhrman saying that guy is propped up by the man.
That's right, the
Don't
man.
trust the information. He's propped up by the man.
Well, he was quoting Caesars Sports. That's where Fuhrman used to actually set the odds there at Caesars Sports. Do that. Go follow him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman and get bettheboardpodcast.com. Go download this podcast, listen to them, take their advice, bettheboardpodcast.com. Thank you, Fuhrman. Have yourself a great week. We'll see you next week.
Hey, always appreciate it. But one last thing before I go, guys. Dunaway, do you have another great dad joke about the World Cup as we get down to the nitty-gritty, or have you tapped out your entire catalog of material with the dud you threw my way last Wednesday?
I'm not really good at jokes. My only one is, I'll let Rockstar tell it. This is the best joke in the world. It's about the sport of cricket. Rockstar.
Well, first off, it's going to be a Moroccan roll game. Todd, if you have a cricket ball in one hand and another cricket ball in the other hand, what do you have?
I'm not quite sure.
You got a big-ass cricket, man.
Oh, my God. Hey, you know what? At least he's got one good joke in the arsenal, Dunaway. So keep that one holstered. Use it sparingly. It's better than some of the other material we've heard over the years.
Thank you, Fuhrman. Take care, buddy.
David,
always a pleasure, guys. Enjoy the games this weekend.
David Purdom loves my jokes, Fuhrman. Yes.
Fuhrman was with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Daniel calls him underrated guest, not by us. We love Fuhrman.
Oh, yeah.
I can't handle how y'all rate him.
Why can't you just be rated? Why do you have to be overrated or underrated? He's perfectly rated.
Fuhrman's as good as it gets. Dude knows his stuff.
We don't give anybody the prime 12 noon slot, not just anybody there.
No.
Precision Sports will get you back in the game. A lot of people trying to get back in the game of interest late. Start with the fact that Namari Burnett appeared on our show while apparently keeping his wrist out of the shot with a wrist injury and surgery impending. Maybe 6 to 8 weeks to get back in the game. Deebo Samuels, we saw him last week when Deebo rallied and was beating the Buccaneers. He went down with an injury. Ends up being a high ankle sprain, 3-ish weeks, they say, until he comes back in the game. And we'll see if Marcus Mariota rejoins the Falcons with his lasting knee injury there. All those trying to get back into the game with our friends at Precision Sports.
Yeah, 'tis the season to make your plans to get moving in 2023. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics encourages you to start out 2023 with less pain. Schedule any elective orthopedic procedures you've been putting off. Make an appointment. Start saving today. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/providers.
Okay, one and done as a head coach. Do you think Deion Sanders could be that at Colorado? If he has such a great year, could he bounce from Colorado and go somewhere else to maybe a bigger job?
Something funny happened with him yesterday. I don't know if you saw this.
I did
with
not.
Deion Sanders. Well, it really wasn't him. It was his son, Deion Sanders Jr., who sent out a tweet saying, "I can't get y'all into Colorado. Just so you know, I can't get – no. Just so you know, I can't get anyone into Colorado." Well, too many people didn't see the junior and thought Deion Sanders was already at Colorado. Like, I can't get kids in school here. I don't know what's going on. So people were like, oh, Deion Sanders already having second thoughts. If he is successful.
1 year, say whatever the high bar is, say they win 9 games. And surprise everybody win 9 games.
If he turns around in 9 games, first of all, he's your national coach of the year.
Yeah, I think he's out.
Where would he go? That's your question. What jobs are open?
Or what is his buyout? The contract leaking out on Deion. His buyout 1 year, because a lot of people think he's one and done, two and done. $15 million
That's a big buyout.
Is his one buyout.
Yeah.
$10 million after 2 years, $8 million after 3 years. Some big buyouts. But as Stuart Mandel at The Athletic points out, maybe Nick Saban and a handful of others could turn around and write that personal check.
Oh, my gosh.
To buy out of that contract if they chose to do that. Deion Sanders is one of those guys who could turn around.
He's got the money.
Who could turn around and write a $15 million check if he wants to get out.
He ain't going to do that. But if you think that
Scott's showing the tweet, by the way. That was the tweet that got everybody tripped up. Everybody thought Deion
Now, was this the safety, by the way, Deion Sanders?
Yeah,
Jr.?
I think that's the safety, Deion Sanders Jr.
If he has that type of success and wins 8 or 9 games and gets the opportunity to go elsewhere, it would be obviously a much bigger job. I think that it would be worth it to pay the $15 million if you believe he can win you a championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, people do pay buyouts, but Stewart says that is some of the more aggressive buyout terminology and contracts that he has seen in recent year in college football. I did not think I thought Deion Sanders Jr. was the one that is running all of his social
Well, that may be
his social media, his media
I
content.
should not have said it's the defense back. I apologize.
I think he is he is the guy who is responsible of documenting, like the great introduction and the goodbye from Jackson State. I feel like he is in charge of everything behind the scenes that you see on camera with Deion Sanders.
A lot of people thought it was Deion Sanders Sr. that had said that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, we will get to our sneaky good games and a lot more college football coming up. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Gutter Cap. Man, C-Stew wants to give you one last chance here in 2022 to get an unbelievable deal on the one thing you can do to protect your house forever.
Yeah, he's got an end-of-the-year special right now for the next round viewer and listener. Call him, 205-823-2212. Gutter Cap is a patent aluminum coverage system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping that debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. And again, end-of-the-year special right now. Stay off the dangerous ladders forever. GutterCapBirmingham.com or call 205-823-2212.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey, cheesy, crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously. But as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
The beauty of the holiday is at the center of your table with the New York Butcher Shop. Their selection of USDA certified Angus prime rib roast, beef tenderloins, and fillets, as well as premium pork and lamb cuts, are the finest selections available in the market and are hand-cut just the way you want. With side dishes handmade by their professional chefs, your holiday meal is complete. Visit one of their two locations today in Cahaba Heights or off Highway 119 in Greystone. Place your order today. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on The Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Sneaky good game in just a second. And then the 4 downs, and we'll end on a big thought. Basketball last night was a lot of fun. Carlos Correa cashed in yesterday, signing with the San Francisco Giants. 13 years, $350 million. It is now the 4th most guaranteed contract in Major League Baseball history, behind Trout, Betts, and Judge. For a shortstop in Carlos Correa, big deal for your rival San Francisco Giants there.
Well, since he was the number 1 overall pick in 2014, rookie of the year in 15, 17, wins a World Series. I mean, look, he's obviously one of the best, not only offensive but defensive players. He plays a unique position. He's still 28 years old. So it's a massive deal. But a big get for the Giants, man. They got their shortstop for the future.
Okay, are you coloring that one logo in, or can I do it now, or you want me to do a couple other things while you color that one in?
I mean, it's
a lost cause.
It's rad shit. Yeah.
It is lost cause.
Throw me the red though, real quick.
You have the red.
I got the red.
I the red.
Are you going to color it in?
No, I'm just putting one thing with it, and then y'all can roll.
Well, while you do that, I got a couple more things.
Okay.
Every day we're doing drawings. I have time filler here. Baker Mayfield to start again for the Rams.
Our time filler
coming up. Baker Mayfield Monday night.
Their only option. Johnny Football's hurt, right?
Yeah, John Wolford is hurt.
Yeah.
So Baker Mayfield to start on Monday night against the Packers coming up. The question will be, it's going to be Baker and Jordan Love most likely. It's time to turn the page probably for Green Bay. That'll be interesting. Jeff Saturday of the Colts says he is not wavering about wanting to be back as coach next year. It's not going well for him right now. Do you think he has a chance of being the permanent head coach?
How would you do that? How would you, the way it has gone, give him that job? I mean, it was such controversy just to put him in there in the first place.
I agree.
Look, they've been in most of their games. They win the first one. They've lost 4 consecutive. I think they've got a really good shot Saturday of going into Minnesota and winning that game, though.
More of my extra content here for you while LT finishes his art.
I mean,
it's
done?
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
Here we go.
What's amazing is I crushed this one mascot a couple of weeks ago. And
so let's hit the Baumhauer Spotlight. Rockstar, do it, man.
The Baumhauer Spotlight.
This weekend's sneaky good game.
And it's brought to you by Baumhauer.
Yeah, remember this holiday season, if you're looking for a great stocking stuffer, stop into Baumhauer's Victory Grill. They've got the gift cards. Now through December 24th, you'll receive a $5 bonus card with every $25 gift card purchase. And don't forget about holidays being here, and Baumhauer's kicking off the season in style. If you're planning a holiday party, they've got you covered with delicious, legendary party-ready tray selections. From the always fresh buttermilk fried chicken tenders to the homemade Nana's chicken salad, and, of course, their world-famous buffalo chicken wings. Get them today for lunch or dinner, Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
I'll go first because you guys know I can't draw. I mean, if we were playing Pictionary, I don't think you could even guess what was on the other side of this mascot.
Let me try to guess.
Well, I put the initials of the school, and you know who they're playing, so it's going to be too easy. But I'd rather hear what else you think it is other than what it really is.
All right.
Fenway Bowl, Saturday, 10 a.m. It's only a 1-point spread. It's 2 name brands in sports, I think, but it's a sneaky good game because it's both interim coaches, and I mean, the people in Vegas don't even know who's going to win the game. I like Cincinnati and Louisville, Cincinnati and Louisville as my sneaky good game, 10 a.m. in the Fenway Park or the Fenway Bowl.
You did well. Yeah, show it to us. We can't see it. You did well with the Cincinnati. Oh, okay. The Louisville Cardinal looks like a
dog.
Pit bull.
Yeah,
A red pit bull.
A little bit of
Had a
summer pit bull.
little bit of a mule to it, though, did it not?
A little bit, yeah.
At one point, I was like halfway through that drawing, I was like, hell, I wish Cincinnati was playing Army. I'm
Why
on
you just
my way
hand
to
it
a
to
mule.
me? You know I can do the Cardinal.
Yeah, I know. You had your handful.
You were racing and starting over
I
a
did.
lot.
Well, okay, so a couple of weeks ago, I forgot why I had Fresno State, but I did an incredible Fresno drawing. Do you guys remember it?
I do remember the Bulldog. Incredible might be an overstatement, but I remember that, yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
He's
I
a little
don't
bow-legged.
know.
Huh?
Anyway.
He's a little bow-legged.
Well, I mean, he is bow-legged.
Yeah.
Look at the logo. Anyway, I dicked this one up.
Yeah.
So Washington State and Fresno.
You did well at Washington State.
Yeah,
though.
but my Fresno, I mean, I tried 7 or 8 times. I don't even know what Fuhrman said in that interview.
Yeah.
There you go.
I
That'll
don't
be a
think the
good
Rams
game,
are going
though.
to make the Super Bowl, boys.
No, Cameron Ward, Jake Hayner, really good quarterbacks. Fresno loves trying to compete with these Pac-12 teams. That'll be a fun game. 3.5-point number on that one, too.
Chupacabra is what Chad says Dunaway drew instead of the Cardinal.
No, I'll give.
It's a Chupacabra.
I said, Bubba.
I'll give LT credit. I can't do two things at once. But if you go back and watch our Friday show from the Floribama, that guy peeled 50 labels that are not easy to peel. Like, I have yet to peel one off. He kept handing them over to other people to peel, and every time I tried to peel one, I couldn't get it off. And I went back and watched some of it, and I got video I can send to Forrester. He's got them laid out, half stuck to his computer so he can go stick them all over the Floribama, but he is peeling those through the whole show and continuing to converse during the whole show. It was an amazing sight.
I was meeting people at the bar and peeling them.
Yeah.
We
Did you get all 150 up?
No, I got over 100 though. It got a little obnoxious. I was afraid 150. I mean, when you and I were walking around, we went to see Big Earl.
We put 100 stickers up in the Floribama.
125 would have been obnoxious.
Without
cross the line.
Without telling anybody, and he thinks 150 was obnoxious.
But what he was about to say is true, though, Dunaway. We left the Army-Navy party, walked over to Big Earl, and Lance goes, there's one. There's one. Boys, look right up there. There's one.
We're walking down the stairs. He goes, do you see the sticker?
I was like, where? Oh, there it is. You're right.
They're on bras, inappropriate places.
Bras,
exhaust pipes.
Bras women had taken off and thrown them.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
No, your buddy that showed up Sunday.
Andy.
Yeah, Andy. Nice guy, FBI guy.
Well, yep.
He sent me a picture yesterday, and he said, this is where you should have placed all yours. When I went to go eye level above the urinal, I dropped one, and it landed in the urinal. It's still there.
Oh, right.
Like,
okay.
nobody's going to pick that thing out. So it's perfect. Next round is sitting at the bottom of the urinal, and people are just pissing on it.
I know a group of people
symbolism.
that like to piss on the next round.
Yeah.
They've tried to do it for the last year and a half.
Yeah, I remember that one station Lunsford used to work for. He used to make fun of our station that we worked for.
I know.
It would be sort of like that kind of commercial.
Yep.
Meanwhile, over at the next round, they draw pictures on a dry erase board.
We do. I got one for you, Jimmy Dunaway. This one's busy, but it's got a theme. I like this Florida-Oregon State game. Now, you can see right here, Oregon State, the Beavers, they are favored 10. But you see the little theme here, don't you?
It's there's card symbols, almost like they're in Vegas.
They're in Vegas. In the 777, they're in Vegas. 1:30. Rockstar, it's the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl.
I know what it is. You don't have to tell me.
When you distribute things, don't you use
I use SRS?
Of course.
Yeah.
Who the crap does
He's wearing
it?
his hat on his nose.
No, it goes down. It's tilted down, Rockstar.
Okay.
Go look at the logo. That's spot on.
Okay.
Don't make fun of it.
Beavers are going to run them off the field.
Hey, listen, do you know who's doing this game? Interesting crew.
Oh, I will go Beth
It's a conglomerate.
Mowens.
No, it's actually high-end crew.
Nancy Lieberman-Klein.
High-end crew. She doesn't do
Rebecca
football.
Lobo.
No. Dave Pash, who I like. I like Dave Pash. Does a good job. Kirk Herbstreit and Pat McAfee.
Oh, how about
nice.
that?
They finally gave Kurt a game.
Oh, I wonder why they're doing this game.
Because they're in Vegas.
Yeah.
Okay, hold it up real quick. Okay, wagon point. Rockstar, I promise you, every time.
What a mess.
If see if we can connect the connection here.
Okay.
If Beavers look like that, Shane Beamer's recruiting would go up. Boom. Connect the dots there.
Beavers look like that.
If all Beavers look like that, Shane Beamer's recruiting would go up.
Jim, I don't know.
Yeah, you're going to have to explain, which is never good.
I'll do in the commercial break. It's brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Yeah, again, this holiday season, if you need that stocking stuffer, Baumhauer's Victory Grill, they've got you covered with their popular gift cards now through December 24th. You'll receive $5 off the bonus card with every $25 gift card purchase. Stop in for lunch or dinner. Incredible food, Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
I mean, that is a long way to go, but yes.
It's always fun with our sneaky good game. We love our friends at Baumhauer's there. All right, when we come back, our 4 downs today. A couple of commitments to the National Football League. Texas A&M's Antonio Johnson, he only played 9 games, almost led the team in tackling.
In 9 games?
In 9 games at Texas A&M. He's off to the NFL. So forget the portal. Here's another guy who's heading off to the NFL. Meanwhile, at Clemson, their really talented edge rusher, Miles Murphy, is off to the NFL. So a little attrition there for Dabo's team. In the portal, if you were a 4-star receiver and your last name was Brown yesterday was your day to hit the portal.
It's my people.
4-star wide receiver Braylon Brown of Ole Miss is in the portal. And 4-star wide receiver Keith Brown of Texas A&M is in the portal. So 2 Browns, 2 4-star receivers in the portal. Of course, Christian Leary, who was at Alabama, a 4-star receiver, committed out of the portal to UCF. I think if he keeps getting talent like this and losing 4 games, I don't know how much longer Gus gets down there, because Javon Baker last year, Christian Leary now, these are highly thought of recruits that are transferring into UCF. 4 losses with that program, where they're going in the Big 12 and how sexy of a transfer place that is, they won't put up with 4 losses long.
No, I mean, you look at the last 15 years, they've had 2 undefeated seasons. George O'Leary took them on New Year's 6. The same for Scott Frost. And, this is, it's the biggest student body in all of college football. You've got resources there. You've got a nice facility. They want to win, and they want to win at a high level. And you're right. If Gus has another 4-loss season, I think
they'll give him one more because it's transition to
absolutely.
Big 12.
But it'll start heating up.
Yeah, but one more 4-loss season. That's when it gets really, really hot for Gus down there, because
he'll have one.
The talent coming in is too good.
4-loss Gus. He'll find 4 losses.
All right. When we come back, that 4 down segment, the show being brought to you by Dr. B, LT's hair guy. Rave reviews on Dr. B, just like LT is getting rave reviews on his hair all the time.
I got a direct message yesterday about what kind of laser cap I'm using for my treatment.
Well, what kind, Lance?
Well, let me pull it and I'll tell you, because I really, I don't get that deep.
Is it the Laser 210?
Yeah. No, I think it's the XS 1000.
It is the Laser Cap LC Pro.
The LC Pro?
The LC Pro.
It's not the amateur version.
No,
humans using the Laser Cap.
This is one that I put on my head 30 minutes. I do it 3 times a week. That's all I do. And the second thing, I've got a compound that I put in before I go to bed. It's simple as that. Hairs are already 14% thicker. I think even thicker than that over the last couple of months. I've had multiple people comment, hey, man, your hair is getting thicker. Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. And I'm telling you, be preemptive on this. You start thinning a little bit, it's going to go south quickly. That's why you need to go see our friend Dr. B. He pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. T3hair.net for more information. My man Dr. B takes pride treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Before we get to four downs, remember that if you got anything that's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, our friends at Hemphill will help you. LT will tell you about Hemphill in just a second. Garrett on Twitter at Next Round Live on whether or not you'd rather be number one overall on signing day in recruiting or number one overall portal class. It's kind of like saying, would you want the number one overall pick or the number one player in free agency in the NFL? I'm taking the guy that is already proven, transfer portal all day, says Garrett.
Yeah, I want free agency. I mean, we've all had franchise. I mean, Dunaway free agency gave you a Super Bowl. Free agency are really trades, essentially free agency, gave you a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It hasn't given me one, but it's made me a better team with Tyreek Hill.
I look at USC. I mean, it was an awful product last year, and how good that offense was this year, and it was all about transfers.
Sky writes in, I think this is a question that would be answered differently by every program out there. For example, Auburn's roster in its current state would be better served having the number one overall portal class as opposed to the number one overall recruiting class. and the answer can fluctuate with each passing season. Great insight from Sky there. Always great service from our friends at Hempill.
Hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. We have all had to call our friends at Hempill Services, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hempill, the ones we trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hempill Services, 205-815-9200.
Daniel over in the Vulcan Tire and chat room said he had a chance to talk to me last night. We were eating barbecue last night over there, and he walked up, saw my hat, and talked about how much he loves everybody in the show and how much he loves what we do here every day. And we appreciate Daniel and everybody who said nice things yesterday over in Tuscaloosa when we were there. And again, everybody who stopped by the Floribama, absolutely amazing crowd turned out down there for 2 days. Thank you guys so much for supporting the show. If you want items that you see us wear all the time, like LT's hats or anything else we've had on any day here on the show, one of us usually has something on from the store, nextround.store, nextround.store. Michael in the chat room earlier yesterday was talking about how a package delivered from Double Down Media, Next Round, at their house yesterday, knew that his wife had shopped and got him something good to have under the tree there. He didn't open it.
That's right.
He didn't open it. So Michael knows how to play the game. nextroundstore.com. Nextroundstore.com will take you right to the store, and you can
Is that right? That's not right.
Nextround.store.
Nextround.store.
Nextround.store. Okay, Nextround.store. I knew it didn't sound right.
I wanted to give a plug. Our man Tommy Firestick said, props to your merch people. Ordered 2 new shirts last night, was in the mail this morning.
Yep.
We'll be here in time to wear Bama Zags Saturday.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, wear them and take pictures at the game. We always love the pictures when you send in to us. Let's do 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires and Automotive. All the great locations, all those comments, by the way, coming from the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room as well.
Yeah, again, anything you need, bumper to bumper for you and your family, these guys can handle. Locally owned and operated. Fantastic guys from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. 5 locations, including the newest in Pell City. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More wins in year 1, Dilfer or Deion?
I mean, I'll go Dilfer. I think he's in an easier situation to get wins.
Well, inheriting a better roster.
He's inheriting a better roster. I mean, if Deion, what were they, 2-10 this year?
1-11.
1-11. If Deion just went 5-7, that would be an incredible turnaround.
If they were 6-6 in a bowl game, he's up for National Coach of the Year.
I mean, so if Dilfer goes 6-6, I'd be a little surprised that it's that bad.
I mean, if Deion's kid is this good and some of the guys that he's bringing in,
I don't know what to expect out of Dilfer.
I mean, he's bringing in a 5-star running back. He's got a 4-star transfer coming in. He's bringing in some talented players. I think there'll at least be 5 ESPN 300 or maybe 100 recruits on that team at some point, either last year or this year.
Yeah, but you still got games against USC and Utah and UCLA and Oregon. I'll agree with you guys. I really don't know what to expect out of either one of these, but I'll go Dilfer just based on what they've got.
Me too, but I'm going to go with Dilfer because of the roster that's there. And interesting, Dilfer's biggest question mark is whether or not he can recruit or not. Yesterday, UAB made it official. South Carolina analyst Nick Coleman is coming from South Carolina to UAB. He'll be the quarterback coach, and he'll be in charge of offensive recruiting.
Oh, I like that.
Offensive recruiting. Yeah. So they'll have somebody who's specifying in defensive recruiting as well.
You would think, yeah.
And sometimes they'll fight over dual players.
Second down.
Better chance of happening. The Detroit Lions get into the playoffs and win 1 game, or Michigan wins the national championship.
Better chance of Michigan winning the national championship. I think Michigan gets by TCU, and I think it's a fight. It's a fight, man. Michigan against Ohio State, who they've already beaten, or Michigan against Georgia. I don't think it's a given Georgia beats Ohio State. I think that's it's not a 50-50 game, but I would go 60-40 Georgia, 65-35 Georgia.
I'll tell you what Georgia reminds me of. It reminds me of 2014 Ohio State, Alabama. The number was about the same.
And then
nobody gave Ohio State a shot. Now, a lot of that had to do with the fact that Ohio State was starting a third-string quarterback.
Third-string quarterback, absolutely.
Here's the thing about Detroit. If they get in, they're not going to play Philadelphia. Philadelphia get the bye. I mean, right now they'd be at Minnesota, who they just beat pretty well, granted in Detroit. Or they're at San Francisco, who's playing Brock Purdy. I mean, would that blow you away that they win either one of those games?
I don't see them beating. No, it wouldn't blow me away beating Minnesota again.
I mean, I don't know why not.
I do think NFL playoff football, the game changes just a little bit, and there's a little bit more urgency. Each possession matters a little bit more. I'm still going to go Michigan. Better chance to win the championship. What about you guys?
I would go Detroit.
I think I would go Michigan.
Yeah, me too.
Third down.
Back to a college football playoff first. Alabama or Clemson?
Alabama.
Well, I mean, Klubnik's going to start now because we expect Uiagalelei to be in the portal. Is he already there?
Yeah.
He's already there. He's already in the portal.
Yeah, he's visiting Arizona State.
So we don't have that struggle anymore,
I
right?
think Klubnik's going to be really good.
I do too. I would probably go Clemson.
Easier path, and there's just, again, I asked Luginbill about this. Now, he brought up Clemson to compare this with. But when are you going to see dominant receivers again for Alabama?
Well, if you're an Alabama fan, you're saying hopefully in this recruiting class and the portal.
And you know you're getting a downgrade. As good as Jalen Milroe might be, Ty Simpson, whoever you bring in for the portal, you're downgrading at quarterback.
Unless he's Grayson McCall, and then you guys will hand him the SEC Manning Award or whatever it's called.
Well, you heard Luginbill. I mean, don't listen to me.
Fourth down.
Okay, this weekend, 3 hours. You got to watch the Lending Tree Bowl.
Who's in that?
We did it yesterday. It was my upset alert. It was
it's Rice.
Yeah,
It's
Rice
the
and
owl.
Southern Miss. Rice and Southern Miss.
Rice and Southern Miss. I've got to watch that, or
the new Avatar.
What is that?
The new James Cameron movie. So I think it's about 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Okay, but I have not seen any of them. Do I need to see the
I saw
other
the
ones?
first Avatar. I thought, when I first saw it a decade ago, I thought visually it was pretty incredible. I didn't love the story.
I'm told this one is better than the first one.
Well, this is all water, too. I got it. My buddy Preston, man, he has been waiting for this thing for a decade. So there are people. I bet Lunsford's excited about it. Yep.
Going to see it tomorrow at 3. Can't wait.
So it's basically
we'll see about
like
7.
blue aliens have taken the world over, or some crap like that.
No, you go to their world, the world of Avatar.
Pandora.
Yeah, Pandora.
Yeah,
and it's very.
I think I'd watch the movie. I think I'd watch. I've never seen them. So
very politically eco-friendly.
It's a hell of a ride. I know that.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. They're at the Animal Planet.
El Tigre is wrong. Avatar is not Dances with Wolves. Dances with Wolves is so good.
Avatar is more like Pocahontas.
Yeah.
And Fern Gully, the last rainforest.
Yeah, Fern Gully.
Yeah, Chad might be right. CGI Waterworld.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Waterworld was bad.
I think I'd go Lending Tree and just make sure I got enough cash on it to keep me interested.
Yeah.
And that is 4 Downs today, brought to you by the great folks at Vulcan Tires.
Again, anything you need, 5 locations, including the newest in Pell City. If you're getting on the road this holiday season, make sure you get a look, bumper to bumper, at your car, the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Locally owned and operated. Stop in, or for more information, VulcanTireAuto.com.
One more thing from Nate Oats on Alabama's big win last night when we come back.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the Vaughan, Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The beauty of the holiday is at the center of your table with the New York Butcher Shop. Their selection of USDA certified Angus prime rib roast, beef tenderloins, and fillets, as well as premium pork and lamb cuts, are the finest selections available in the market and are hand-cut just the way you want. With side dishes handmade by their professional chefs, your holiday meal is complete. Visit one of their 2 locations today in Cahaba Heights or off Highway 119 in Greystone. Place your order today. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Alabama beat Memphis last night. Nate Oats talking about the schedule they've played so far with Gonzaga still to come. Here's the coach last evening.
Here's the thing, too. Last year, we're not a 6 seed in the NCAA tournament if we don't beat Houston, Gonzaga, Baylor. Well, you can't beat them if you don't put them on a schedule. So, the wins this year, we've got some really good wins. Well, if you're scheduling scared and just want to schedule a bunch of wins, you're not going to put those games on the schedule. You can't win them if you don't play them. So we're going to play them. We're working on next year's schedule. It's going to be just as tough as this year's schedule.
Yeah, I like that attitude with Nate Oats there last night. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
Great Christmas gift idea for both the men and the ladies. The ladies, you know what they would love? They would love those 3 Myers cocktails as a wellness infusion package at Element Wellness. $397. That's a savings of $130. How about the men? Cryotherapy package, 10 sessions, just $350. That's a savings of $50. See more at elementwellness.me. It's under the same roof as Greystone Chiropractor, Element Wellness. Right there off 119-280 in Tattersall Park, elementwellness.me.
Tennessee wide receiver Jalen Hyatt is not going to play in the Orange Bowl, joining Cedric Tillman. They're going to both start preparing for the NFL draft. Bob says Jalen Hyatt declares for the NFL, sends thank you note to Alabama.
It didn't hurt.
It didn't hurt him, but he was good in some other games, too.
He was good in some other games, but that was the one that everybody in America watched, and Jalen Hyatt was the star of the day in that game. He was running wide open, and he's off to the NFL. So Hyatt and Tillman of that receiving core is out the gate in Knoxville, and they'll start rebuilding as the teams that took step forward this year have to start doing what Alabama's done for 15 years and what Kirby's trying to do and is doing in Georgia and others, Ohio State and Clemson. Sustainability, not being one and done. We are at Char Bar Thursday night, 5 to 7 for Bud Light game night. And we're back with you on Thursday morning at 9 a.m. Central. Until then, God bless you and God bless America.